I'm going to call, wait, where did the board secretary go to? All right, with the general counsel. All right, well, as soon as the secretary to the board gets back, I'm going to call us into order and get her to take the roll. Sorry about that. Let me go find her. Okay, come on. There she is. All right. All right, Madam Secretary, I gavelled the. Okay, all right. So let's do the roll call first, and then we'll do the prayer and pledge. Yep. Yep. Roll call first. All right, calling this meeting of this workshop of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 3, President Powell Lewis. District 1, Vice President Martin.
Present. You mean District 9?
9, that. Yes, sir. Sorry. District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Here.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. The invocation will be led by School Board Member Emily Sule, and then the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Cadet Second Lieutenant Malia Finley, McKinley High School, accompanied by Senior Army Instructor Lieutenant Colonel retired Kenneth D. Koppel. Ms. Sule.
Thanks. Father, thank you for the opportunity to be here together tonight as we serve the community of EBR schools. May we look at things tonight with our hands open and our hearts open and our minds open and our ears open to hear from each other and to respond in kindness and boldness. Thank you for the opportunity to serve together. In Jesus' name, amen.
Good evening. Leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening is Cadet Second Lieutenant Malia Finley. She's just completed her freshman year at McKinley Senior High and serves as the Panther Battalion Administrative Officer, where she's made an immediate positive impact with her great attitude and principled leadership style. Her duties include maintaining accountability, promotions, and awards for all cadets in the Panther Battalion. She maintained a 4.0 grade point average while enrolled in dual enrollment classes for geography and U.S. history. She is also a member of the McKinley Blue Diamonds dance team, JROTC drill team, Girl Scouts, attends ballet and cheer classes. This summer, Cadet Finley will partake in an internship with Mayor Weston Broom's office. Cadet Finley's most intriguing qualities include her high character, integrity, emotional governance, responsibility, ambition, and maturity. Without further ado, Cadet Second Lieutenant Malia Finley.
I, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Does she have a? Well, we owe you a medal of recognition, but I don't know where it is right now. So congratulations very much for all of your hard work and your exemplary grade point average and all the good things that you're doing with that. And we will get one for you and make sure it gets delivered.
We'll make sure we get it.
Okay. I think thank you very much. Would you like to take a picture? Come on, you too.
All right, we all gonna go? Mark, we're all going down?
I'm coming with a medal. Here you go. Who's?
Oh, there it is.
There we go. Congratulations. Thank you, sir.
We always have such impressive JROTC cadets that come up here every 2 weeks, and you know, their accomplishments are so spectacular, and we're very proud of them. We don't always get to really acknowledge them, but you know, it's really impressive, that program and the quality and caliber of students it produces. So many thanks to the Colonel and all the people in our JROTC program for the work they do for our kids. Okay, moving right along. To item B1, presentation of the proposed 2024-2025 general fund budget. Now, Mr. Samlin or Ms. Armand, as I understand it, we will not be taking public comments tonight because there are no votes to be taken or anything like that. The public will have an opportunity to both email us, as they always do, and to give their input at any of the 3 community engagement sessions we're going to have at several schools, which we'll announce a little bit later, as well as at the next budget hearing, which will be on June 6th, right here, and of course the final budget hearing, perhaps final budget hearing on June 20th. So today it's just going to be a presentation from Ms. Lopez, and then the board members will have an opportunity to ask questions. And with that,
May I have a few comments?
please.
Before Ms. Lopez starts, I would just like to thank staff, the executive leadership team, along as with our principals and teachers and support staff for the feedback that they've given me over the past few months about building this 24-25 budget. Most importantly, I'd like to thank the feedback from the board, as well as the many questions that you guys have asked and probably will ask this evening. Not to steal Kelly's thunder, but there'll be a few themes that you'll hear throughout her presentation. We sort of started with the end in mind. Stephen Covey talks about his 7 habits of highly effective people. You start with the end in mind. So we kind of backfill looking at the 2021 strategic plan. We're looking at those strategic initiatives that the board adopted back then. Also, you'll hear how we plan to tackle teacher and employees' pay raises. In the budget, as you probably are aware, we offered a permanent raise of $1,300. And I'm sure there'll be more conversation on how we pay our staff in this discussion this evening. Also, you'll hear how staff and I, we were able to figure out how we not deficit spend. by building a reserve account, and so that we can access funding. As I appreciate, in this current budget, there was a $111 million surplus, and we did some deficit spending, so we didn't want to put the district or the board in jeopardy with continuous deficit spending, and Kelly will talk a little bit about that, how districts are penalized in the state if they, I think it's 5 years, 3 times deficit spending that you get deemed by the state. So with this innovative way that we were able to access that reserve account, because right now we're almost triple the allotted amount. The state requires 7.5. The district policy is 15%. I think we were right at 24% fund balance. So, Kelly, I didn't mean to steal some of your presentation,
No, anytime.
but I just wanted to highlight those things as we get into your presentation.
So good evening, board members and Superintendent Smith. I will be presenting the 24-25 proposed budget. The entire budget was made available to the public on May 20th as statute requires. The budget of every local government must follow the revised statute 39-1307. Notice has been provided to the advocate. A public hearing will be held on June 6th in alignment with statute. An additional hearing will be held prior to the June 20th board meeting with the approval of the budget on the agenda. The district has until September 15th to approve a budget. If the budget is not approved by July 1st, which is the beginning of the fiscal year, the district will be allowed half of the previous year's budget, and the salary schedule will remain as it is approved in the 23-24 budget. A balanced budget is one of which revenues exceeds expenditures. As a district, our financial stability is of our utmost importance. It allows us to provide for the instructional needs of our students and the needs of our staff. Our goal is to align our financial needs of the district along with the needs of our students. As Superintendent Smith earlier stated, we thought about what were the strategic goals, the plans of the board as were approved in July of 2021. What were we looking for in this budget? These were our top 5 priorities in no specific order: early childhood, literacy, high-dose tutoring to support core content mastery, college and career readiness, and attendance and truancy. Again, these items align with the commitments and action found on page 8 in the board-approved strategic plan. Revenues include funds the district receives in order to provide services to our students. The general fund receives funding from property and sales taxes. Other local sources are inclusive of Medicaid. We receive MFP funds, as well as indirect costs from our federal grants. Special revenue sources are our grants that are in a separate budget that include our federal funds, such as Title and IDEA, state grants such as early childhood and literacy, and local grants. Federal dollars are received from each of these sources, and we will get into further detail into these with the special revenue presentation. This chart shows multiple items to understand the revenues of the district in total. The navy bars show the total revenue received by the general fund for each of the years listed. The gray bars show the total received from the special revenue funds, inclusive of the propositions and grants for each of the years listed. The green is a summation of the total revenues received by the district for each year. The blue line at the top shows the total enrollment population of traditional run schools, and the green line is the total number of students at all schools, inclusive of Type 1, Type 2, and Type 5 charter schools. The numbers at the bottom are inclusive of proposed budgeted staff for each of those years, as well as the actual staff as of February 1st of the year, because I think it's always important to count the students and the staff at the same time so we can consistently provide actual numbers. As you can see, in 2018-19, the total revenue of the district was $630.1 million, with traditional students at $37,503 and total students of $44,745. As we move forward to our 24-25 fiscal year, the district is proposing total revenues of $802 million, with projected traditional students of $32,607 and projected total students of $43,963. This slide shows the relationship between revenues received through the district and the total funds provided to charter schools over a period of time. The same population and staffing information is provided as it was on the previous slide. This slide includes the revenues from the general fund and the 3 propositions less the capital project fund. As you know, when the taxpayers approved our propositions, specific sites were chosen as what we would do for building schools or implementing new facilities at the schools. We cannot use that money for anything else. When the local per pupil is calculated by the LDOE, these are the revenue funding sources used to determine these numbers. While the entire collection amount is used in arriving at local per pupil, the district is bound by taxpayer vote to build those schools. As you can see, in 2018-19, a total of $488.8 million was received in 2018-19. $81 million was provided to charter schools for an ending net revenue of $407.4 million. For 24-25, a total of $631.9 million is projected to be received. $153 million is projected for charter school students for an ending net revenue projection of $478.5. Expenditures are the purchases the district makes to provide for the instructional needs of the students. I have compiled the same categories that the district reports to the LDOE, so it's always consistent. For the 23-24 year, you will see that 54% represents salaries and benefits. While we have always stated that 70% of the general fund is salaries and benefits, that is not true of all funds. For example, Proposition 1, very few is salaries. The vast majority is construction, property, and contracted services. As this is a compilation of all funds, it shows an overall picture. This chart shows multiple items to understand the expenditures of the district and the total. The navy bars show the total expenditures by the general fund for each year listed. The gray bars show the total expenditures for the special revenue funds, inclusive of propositions and the grants for the years listed. The green is a summation of the total expenditures by the district for each of the years. The blue line at the top shows the total enrollment population for the traditional district-run schools, and the green line shows total enrollment for all schools, inclusive of Type 1, Type 2, and Type 5 charters. The numbers at the bottom show the proposed budgeted staff for each of the fiscal years, as well as the actual staff as of February 1. As you can see, in 2018-19, the total expenditures of the district were $651.4 million, with traditional students at $37,503 and $44,745 for total district students. As we move forward to 24-25, the total expenditure of the district is $755.1 million, with projected traditional students at $32,607 and projected total students at $43,963. As you can see, beginning with 2020-2021, expenditures and special revenues began to increase with ESSER funding. With 24-25 proposed expenditures are completed, you will see as it's slowly going back down. As the administrative team worked through the proposed 24-25 budget, we saw both challenges and new opportunities for improvement with the ending of ESSER funding. The positions currently ESSER have allowed us to strategically place staff where we can best affect student achievement. The district ended the 22-23 fiscal year with an ending balance of $141.4 million, with $35.5 million in assigned funds. The revised budget on the agenda to be approved tonight has a deficit ending balance of $5.2 million, with an ending fund balance of $136.2 million and an assigned fund balance of $35.5 million. The proposed 24-25 general fund balance provides for an ending balance of $2.3 million. The total assigned funding balance will be $83.5 million, with an ending fund balance of $90.6 million. This slide shows the growth of the fund balance over the period, and I think it's a really showing slide. So we started in 18-19 with $43.4 million, and you can see as it's gone along the increases, which is 100% due to ESSER. We were allowed to not only move expenditures, but collect indirect costs. The ending balance, as stated earlier, for 23-24 is $136.2 million. So administration is recommending a balanced budget. Total revenue of $578.2, total expenditures of $575.9 for an ending balance of $2.3 million. With ESSER ending, the district's going to benefit from the fact that 2024 is a reassessment year for the parish. Property taxes are being reassessed, and we are projecting a 10% increase or $20.9 million increase in property taxes. Sales taxes are beginning to flatten. We are projecting 1% increase or $1.3 million increase. MFP will increase by $7.8 million, and this is inclusive of the differentiated stipends projected by LDOE. Indirect costs will decrease by $12.9 million as ESSER ends, and these revenues will return to pre-COVID cost. The increase in MFP is based largely on the fact that last year we were affected by the wealth factor, which decreases by $5 million. As none of our property or sales taxes will reach that level, we will not be affected this year. While ESSER has ended, the district has worked to align expenditures with the needs of our district. Salaries will increase to $212.7 million. While ESSER positions will still be needed, primarily people like our ESL teachers, our ESL instructional specialists, these positions and others have returned back to the general fund. The district is expanding literacy and funding curriculum needs of all of our students, as well as the transportation routing needed to make sure all of our students get to school. As you would see that salaries increase, of course, our benefits are going to increase as well. However, we did have a slight benefit in the fact that TRSL is reducing their employer contribution amount to 21.51%, and Lessers is reducing it to 25.8%. Professional services contracts will decrease to $18.2 million as the administrative team reviewed each of these contracts as well as met with board leadership. This allowed the discussion of goals, needs, and commitments of the district to the strategic plan to align with our contract services. Property services will increase slightly as the district moves to leasing more buses rather than purchasing. This will ensure that more buses are on the road and allows our mechanic shop to catch up. Other purchase services will increase by $12.7 million as our property insurance has increased, and we will continue dual enrollment in the district as the grade levels continue to grow out. Materials and supplies will increase to $31.3 million as library books, textbooks, materials of instruction, and other items that were funded by ESSER in previous years are returning to the general fund. Property will decrease to $2.1 million. As we stated earlier, we are going to focus on leasing more of our bus fleet rather than purchasing buses. Appropriations will decrease as the board stipends have ended, and the district will no longer be funding the 10% of non-refundable FEMA portion of the flood from 2016. Charter schools will grow, but they're going to grow at a slower rate. Only 5 schools are increasing grade levels, and no new type 1s are opening this year. As stated before, the administration is clear on the initiatives and the commitments the board has included in the strategic plan when they approved it in 2021. These are aligned with the goals of LDOE. When building the budget, administration ensured these areas were kept top of mind so that funding would follow the needs of our students. So let's go through each of these key initiatives and talk about the general fund, special revenues, and the total from all funds. Early childhood, as all know, we do not receive MFP for our youngest students. These will be funded through our grants at $18.1 million for next year. Literacy will be funded at a total of $17.1 million. High-dose tutoring will be covered at $3.7 million total. College and career readiness will be at $17.5 million. And attendance and truancy will be at $7.7 million. Teacher recruitment and retention is a top priority of the administration. We are proposing a $1,300 raise for all staff excluding AD 101, which is your top-level chiefs. Further, the district is proposing a school achievement stipend based upon school site performance meeting certain goals. The LDOE proposed differentiated stipend will fund the continuation of the effective rating stipend for our highly effective teachers. As you can see, this is the 23-24 compensation for a teacher of this year. So first-year teacher, it was $47,800. This is a first-year teacher with just a bachelor's degree. A board provided a stipend of $2,000. LDOE provided a stipend of $2,000 for a total compensation of $51,800. As these were both stipends, they were never built into the salary schedule and were one-time payments, or they were paid 2 different times during the year. For the 24-25 school year, the district is recommending a $1,300 raise for all staff. We will continue with the effective rating stipends for highly effective teachers and the school achievement stipend that is possible for instructional staff at all school sites. For an A school, there is a possible 5% increase above the current salary schedule, or for a first-year teacher, $50,150. For an F school, there is a possible 6% increase above the current salary schedule, or $51,150. So how will we continue this additional compensation? A transfer will be made from the unassigned general fund balance into a special general fund reserve that must be done through a resolution of the board. Moving 50% of any funds remaining at the end of the year of the general fund, including allowing the fund to incur all of its interest earned on its portion of the money, to assign for the use of only salaries and stipends, nothing else. It will be very similar to Proposition 3. At any time, the specified reserve fund was unable to sustain the funding for the raises, then the administration will have to work to determine the funding source for each of them. However, through continued identifying of efficiencies and the right sizing of the district, the administration is confident that this fund will remain healthy and sustainable, and it will begin with a balance of $45 million. So what is the school achievement stipend? So the adoption of the school achievement stipend allows the entire instructional facility staff to increase their compensation through meeting certain goals. So they work together to meet these goals, which is so important as our staff work together with our students and become a group working as one. So for our SPS range of 80 or higher, these are our A or B schools. If they earn top gains and opportunity honors labels, which is not only do you earn top gains, but you move subgroups, whether that be our economically disadvantaged or an ESL population, you receive $500 for each instructional employee officially listed at that school site. For schools with an SPS of 50 to 70.9, these are our C or D schools. If they increase the SPS by a letter grade or by 5 points, they receive $750. Schools with an SPS of 49.9 or lower would receive $1,500 if they exit AUS status. For the school that has below a 40, if they move the school 8 points, well, that will not get them out of AUS status. 8 points is an amazing, amazing effort by our staff. They would still receive the $1,500. So what is the District Strategic Initiative Fund? The District Strategic Initiative will provide a total of $3 million for board leadership to work through both the strategic plan and the master facilities plan. With the resolution of the board, the fund would allow only contracted services to be funded. No positions, no salaries, and no benefits would be included. All contract services, regardless of the amount, would be subject to an RFP to ensure the accountability and the transparency of all expenditures to the public. As these are one-time items for the board that would be completed by June of 2026, the fund will not be replenished, and any remaining funds would go back to the general fund. So while student achievement is our #1 priority, let's touch on the board priorities for the operations to support our children. So transportation is going to work with GPS on all the buses and began working with vendors on camera installations. Facilities that's earmarked $500,000 for fencing and $1 million for grounds work. The administration is also working right now on different grant opportunities that would allow for additional fencing to be purchased so we can get more schools done quickly and quicker. Security is increasing by $300,000 for our day-to-day officers at our schools, and IT is working diligently to place cameras at our campuses to ensure the ability to monitor both our students and our staff. So what are our opportunities? #1 is rolling forward to the millage. As I said before, we are very thankful for the fact that it has landed in 2024 and is a reassessment year so that we are able to increase our property taxes. We will continue to identify efficiencies to the district for accountability and transparency. We will continue to review land sales and the evaluation of underperforming schools throughout the district. And the administration has charged each department with looking for duplicated processes and developing individual strategies for efficiencies. Again, this is our budget timeline. We will have public hearings again, as stated before, on June 6th and June 20th. The district is planning 3 school-based budget meetings that will be announced soon through board docs so that we are completely transparent with all of our community stakeholders through this entire process. Any questions?
Good afternoon, everyone. With comments and questions, first that we have, thank you so much, Ms. Lopez, for sharing such a detailed presentation. Ms. Stewart.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I have a question as it relates, of course, to the proposed opportunities for increased compensation.
Sure.
And I'm a little confused because I was under the impression when it was initially explained to me that the incentives were going to be given to those instructional staff that are already existing at those spelling schools to try to promote those persons to want to be there versus them having to exit out of AUS or move the needle. So if they don't exit out of AUS or move the needle, then that compensation isn't considered. My understanding was to incentivize those persons or staff that are at those failing schools to try to encourage our teachers to want to go to those schools because we're having problems with staffing at the failing schools. So those are two different things, right, as far as what I'm saying and what actually the incentive is.
No, the incentive is based on moving the schools. It benefits them to want to go to that school because they get additional compensation, as if I'm at an A school, I would only get $500, but if I go to an AUS school or a failing school, I would get $1,500. But regardless of what school they're at, the purpose of the stipend is to assist our staff to be motivated to move the needle.
Right, but my request and some of the board member discussion was to actually try to incentivize teachers to want to go to the failing schools, period, versus going there to move the needle. And don't get me wrong, we want to move the needle.
Sure.
But if going there entails that I have to move the needle a certain points or out of AUS and they don't get there, they won't receive that stipend, correct?
They will not, no.
Exactly. So I would ask that some type of consideration be given to the budget to give an incentive to those faculty and staff that are already at the existing failing schools. For those staff to want to go to those existing schools to be there because we're having a hard problem staffing those schools.
And most definitely, Board Member Stewart, we can take that under consideration. This past, maybe a few months ago, we did approve a differentiated stipend where for recruiting with HR with Dr. Hall. But also what history has told us is that, has shown us that sometimes they start off there, but they don't stay. And so that's why we wanted to build in a performance-based stipend to ensure that, that they stay there and stay with the district, because often that we give the stipend up front and then they're gone by September.
And yeah, I understand it, and that makes sense. But I was just trying to see how we can maybe collaborate, and it makes sense not to just give the money and not have any type of thing set in place for them to stay. But I wanted to incentivize them at least to go there and then maybe kind of break it down and stay to get the other portion or something to that effect.
Sure.
All
Most
right,
definitely.
thanks.
Mr. Gode.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you, Ms. Kelly, and your staff, and all the people that worked on this with you. I view this budget presentation and the budget as it's presented in a consolidated manner with the strategic initiatives outlined and things like that as a vast step forward that I really want to see us continue and get more involved and deeper into that. I also want to make sure that everyone recognizes that despite the thoughts of many, we have had very prudent financial stewardship by this board and the past administration, leading us to this point with a very minor deficit this year and in a position to do a deficit, be able to work out next year and do those kinds of things without financial distress. We only ended up with a $5 million deficit this year, and people were screaming that we were $30 million and so on and so on, and we're not falling off a cliff. No. And so people need to understand that's what we're doing that. A couple of things I'd like to speak to And particularly, I want to talk a little bit about this fund that we're establishing for salaries. The purpose of that fund, as I understand it, is to be able to smooth transitions into salary increases and things like that without technically having a deficit spend.
Correct.
Now, I just want to make sure people understand what that is, because being a CFO of a publicly traded company, this would be illegal to do this. But it's not, I'm not saying what we're doing is illegal at all. It's not.
No.
But
The auditors and the lawyers said it's okay.
yes, no, it's totally okay. It would be illegal if we were a private company
Sure.
or for-profit company doing this. But recognize, and I want to ask you to amend something you said.
Sure.
This is not like Prop 3. Prop 3 is put in by a vote of the people. By law, that only happen.
Correct.
This is something that we as a board are establishing by a resolution. And by a resolution, it can be done away with.
Sure.
There is nothing in here except the will of the board keeping this fund together
Correct.
and going in this. So it's not like Prop 3. I just want to make sure people understand that. Now, I'd like for you to walk through with me the salary increases, because I think some of the verbiage has really gotten away from the impact.
Okay.
So last year, a starting teacher, and I'm looking at the salary schedule right now, a starting teacher with 0 experience would make $47,800.
Correct.
And then to that $47,800, we had an EBR bonus, or EBR stipend of $2,000.
Correct.
And a state stipend of $2,000.
Correct.
So that teacher saw in her paycheck, her net, or take home, not net, not take home, her gross pay was $51,800.
Correct.
And we still had the performance stipend available to them in that year also.
The effective rating, correct.
Effective
Yes,
rating,
yes, yes.
okay. So that could have been another, was it $500?
$550 for highly
If-
effective.
If you get that, okay. And that's an if you get that.
Correct.
Okay. So this year, while we have raised the salary schedule to 49,100, so we've raised the salary schedule by $1,300.
Correct.
Which I fully and 100% support. I think we should have done it last year, but I fully and support that, because once it's in the salary schedule, it is much more permanent, because we have to be in severe financial distress to
Yes.
be able to do that. So I'm totally involved in that. But I just wanted people to understand that a teacher this year, because the state stipend is up in the air and we really can't do that, and we have no stipend of our own in here to do that. So that starting teacher this year, who last year made $51,800 plus a highly effective opportunity, this year would only be making $49,100, or see that their check be $2,700 less this coming year than it was last year.
Yes, the only difference is the 1,300, like you pointed out, is in the salary schedule, where the other ones were stipends that were paid
Okay.
at 2 times the year.
So there is more money in the salary schedule, but the net impact is the teachers take home $2,700 less than they took home this year,
Yes.
okay? Because it's important to have it in the salary schedule, but it's also important to look at the totals.
Sure.
So when we talk about pay raises, I think we need to be very clear, because it's not really a pay raise, it's a salary schedule change. And to me, calling that a pay raise is a little bit disingenuous, because we're actually going to be paying them less. And I can't support this budget with that in there.
Okay.
At a minimum, I think we ought to have, as a board, a minimum of a $700 stipend going in there, so at least our contribution to the teacher's salary is equal to last year. And with inflation and everything else, I don't think that's even enough. I'd prefer us to see a $1,000 stipend coming from us, and we can roll it into this fund that we're establishing and take it out of that fund so we don't impact the negative impact. But I can't sit here in good conscience say I'm going to pay teachers less than I paid them this year.
Okay.
I can't do anything about the state. The state is the state, and that's up to the legislatures and what they do. But I really feel very, very strongly that we need to support our teachers and not as a district pay them less next year than we paid them this year.
Sure.
I'd like to see us even pay them, like I said, I'd like a $1,000 stipend on top of this, to at least we give them a $300 raise across the board for this. And the support staff is the same thing, but a lesser number, because it was a $1,000 stipend, I believe.
It was. I put that on the bottom of
Yeah.
slide 19 so I could remind everyone.
So I'm just saying, I think we're not being precise when we call this a pay raise. It's a salary schedule increase, but if you look at pay as to what people get in their paycheck, it's not a pay raise.
Sure.
It's actually a pay cut
Sure.
in this. So that's something I would like to see done, and I really have a hard time. I can't accept the schedule as this. Also, we did talk about transportation and things like that. I'm grateful that you put this in, but we also have a huge amount of deferred maintenance at schools. And I think we ought to look and see and if we can do something, because we got lots of air conditioners coming up. I go around some of the schools, and I was at Highland, we got relatively new buildings, and the fascia boards are starting to rot and things like that. So I think we ought to think about, is there some way we can start making a prioritized schedule on deferred maintenance to get some of these things through? I recognize I'm asking for a whole lot, and we may not be able to do all of that this year. And then the last thing you mentioned, and I want to keep coming back to highlight, part of the reason why we got this type of presentation is you and your team utilize the new computer systems that we gave them, I think, very effectively. I have talked with purchasing, and they're now using the workflow and things like that. We have to get all of our systems on that new system. I would like to see us set deadlines for when we no longer write paper checks to vendors.
Sure.
And set deadlines for when HR is fully on board in this, so we can coordinate payroll and we can coordinate all of the hiring and things like that on here. And the other thing on transportation, I realize I'm giving you a laundry list. I'm trying to go slowly. The other thing I want to have on here is, as we address transportation, it is critical, and whether or not we go, because I think we ought to go with third-party solutions for cameras and things like that, but we have to have positive clock in, positive clock out for bus drivers, so that we can start to make sense of how we pay our bus drivers. I don't know what that's going to lead into, but until we have that information, we're flying in the dark, because I don't know what we're doing. And when I run the numbers, I come up with instances where we're paying. I'm not saying bus drivers are overpaid, so don't attack me, but we're paying some bus drivers at an hourly rate higher than teachers. And I think we really have to get our arms around that and understand what that is. So those are my comments, and those are some of the things I'd like to see. But the most in particular is, I think we have to find a way that we don't reduce the teacher take home. Again, I can't do anything about what the state does, but I can do something about what we do here in this district. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move forward, I just have a question to ask Mr. Shamlin. And no offense to you, Mr. Godet. Should we have been setting time limits for our comments? Okay. Right.
Yeah, not for workshops.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay. All right. I've entered into the queue as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Godet, for sharing. And my questions or follow-up to Mr. Godet's questions, Ms. Lopez, just for the sake of teachers and employees who may be listening, as well as those even in the room that may not have clarity on what this process is like. So the first is, Mr. Godet mentioned about Prop 3 and how this does not operate how Prop 3 does. Could you give more clarity in regards to that in layman's terms?
Sure. I use Proposition 3 just as a comparison, because Proposition 3 is only for salaries. It was only used for comparison's sake. He is correct that it's not exactly the same. So Proposition 3 is in the tax plan. Voters voted to allow us to have the percentage of the penny, so 51% goes to Prop 1, 8% goes to Prop 2, and the remainder goes to Proposition 3. And that is only to be used to cover a portion of salaries for all non-grant funded employees, and that is what we use it for. It can be adjusted up or down in the percentage-wise based upon the general fund, but it is used only for salaries and benefits. So that's how I used it in the comparison. So the resolution that y'all would be doing is we're taking unassigned general fund money and we're placing it in a separate fund called the General Fund Reserve. And the reason I used that example was the intent of administration is this is to only be used for salaries and benefits for our staff. That is the thought, that is the purpose. And by putting in a resolution, a single person or a single administrator, a single board member could not say, I want to use all of this and buy 1,000 buses. It can't be done that way. The only way to undo this is by a 5-vote resolution of the board. So it's kind of like a little safety net. You got some guardrails on it. This is what it is meant to do, and it's meant for the good of the district. So that is why I used that comparison, though he is 100% correct. Prop 3 is taxpayer money specifically voted on for that reason.
So for clarity, that means, and did you want to respond first?
No, and I was just going to ask Kelly just to say, the alternative, if we didn't assign it, we would probably deficit spend. No, that's not, deficit spend.
Yes.
So then my follow-up question in regards to that means that at any point with any future board, that this could be changed, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, that was one question. The other is, Mr. Gaudet mentioned salary schedule change versus pay raise. Will you explain that for the sake of those who are listening?
Sure. So Mr. Godet's, and he's, again, 100% correct. So last year, the take-home yearly pay for a teacher was more, because she had the $2,000 LDOE stipend and the $2,000 board stipend. So the overall yearly pay for a teacher was an additional $4,000. In this budget, we are asking to give a $1,300 raise. No, it is not $4,000. It is a $2,700 difference, absolutely. The reason that this is built into the salary schedule is it's permanent. It is a raise. It doesn't go away unless we, as he said, policy, if we are in complete dire straits, bankruptcy, then you can adjust a salary schedule. But that's about the only way you can take away a raise.
And can I add also, there's no stipulation on the $1,300 like we put on stipends. For example, if a teacher start in November, they may not get the stipend. But if you start in November, your salary is that $1,300 raise.
The payment process for a stipend and for a raise are different. So a raise is just what it says. It's built into your salary. So for a teacher who gets 20 paychecks, that $1,300 is divided by 20. You get a little bit every time. If you quit, of course, your salary goes away. So that's the end of that. A stipend is a one-time payment. So we paid it twice this year. So we paid one in October and we paid one in March. So they received $2,000 less retirement and taxes and $2,000 less retirement and taxes those 2 times of the year. It's not built into their paycheck.
And also I'd like to add, so if you were a first-year teacher, 0 experience, and you was deciding which a parish that you would like to work for, well, this $1,300 would put us ahead of some surrounding parishes.
Correct. Which was the goal of the superintendent. That was his first question. Kelly, get me in top 5.
Okay, so thank you. So what that, and you've already answered this question, but I just think about, like I said myself, as I would apply for a job, the first thing that I'm going to do is check out the salary schedule, and it's going to determine with masters and however many years of experience, how much would I make, and automatically we're saying that that would be plus $1,300.
As compared to prior year salary schedule, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Martin. Okay, Mr. Russ.
Put me on my back foot, Mr. Martin. I was waiting for you to see what you had to say. So first off, thank you to our CFO and our superintendent for doing their absolute best to put together an organized budget for us. I can at minimum say that at least the presentation and the process of how you're putting this in front of your board is improved. The first thing I do want to speak on, though, that I would be remiss if we don't kind of come back to this well, is that we'd still need a vastly improved budget process. And my concern here is we are in a very, very similar situation to where I found myself a year ago, where for the first time I'm seeing a budget proposal in May, and we've got a very tight timeline to get a budget passed if we want to prevent disruptions in how we pay our employees and keep the district running. And I certainly appreciate the work that has been put into this, the priorities that you put into the budget. But I think it's important that we name that we have to have a better process before we get to this point for how our administration engages with its board, either through workshop format or even just simple meetings, and engages with the public in deciding what your priorities are going to be when building a budget. And I certainly believe and agree that a big priority for our budget this year has to be how we compensate our teachers, and so you're not off the mark there. But I don't think that we had a good process for how we got here, and so that's not to just to stick anybody in particular. It's just that we have all talked about this particular problem as a board since I joined the board, and I want to continue to harp on that until we do better, right? And that takes all of us figuring out how we're going to do that, whether that's we bring in outside help, or we're led by our superintendent or by our staff, or we do it as a board. I swear if we get to next May and it's no different, I'm just going to lose my mind. But we got a year, so let's try to do our best. So specific feedback on the budget that I do want to give. I'm going to try to keep it really high level. I've got a lot of other questions, but I'm just going to try to send those to our superintendent to help me understand different aspects of what was budgeted and why. I think that the idea of creating a $45 million fund, I think is a novel way of solving two problems, right? Of course, we don't want to be out of compliance with what the state says we should be doing financially, and I appreciate that. We also want to show commitment to our staff. And so when I was presented with this idea, I kind of saw it as, well, we're doing multi-year budgeting, right? We're drawing on the surplus we have, and we're setting aside some money for the future. And that sentiment I can get behind. What concerned me is a couple of things. One, $45 million is a heck of a lot of money. That is an incredibly large decision to be making here, and I want to make sure that we make that decision carefully. Two, while I see all the benefits of this proposed solution, I think ultimately it, however, creates a scenario where we're kicking a can down the road, as opposed to doing the hard work and the tough things to find a permanent raise for our staff and our general budget. We are drawing on today's surplus and setting it aside for tomorrow and the next year and the next year, and we're effectively making this another board, another superintendent's problem. And I don't know that I can agree with that. I don't disagree that this may be a good solution to get innovative about how we pay our staff, but I think that we have to go back and dig a little deeper. I think we need to find a way to effectively find this money for at least the change in the salary schedule, that $1,300 or whatever we're going to do, needs to be paid for out of our general fund, and we've got to find that money. If we're not, then we are not doing the work for our district. We are pulling the wool over our staff's eyes and making it appear that everything's fine when it's not. We don't have a way to sustainably pay for that raise. Maybe for 3 years, 4 years, but we don't know where we'll be in 3-4 years. And if that money runs out, that's now another person's problem. And so my recommendation would be that we should still take some of this surplus funding and put it into a fund, but my suggestion would be fund about 3 years worth of stipends that would incentivize the top % of highly effective teachers to grow or to remain in our district. so that we can retain top talent and attract top talent into our schools as well as our struggling schools. And fund that for a few years so that we can measure that, see if it is effective and pivot if it is or if it isn't, and continue to decide whether we would want or not want to put money into that. I think we need to give a real permanent raise from our general fund, making choices in our permanent budget on how to do that. I would also ask that our superintendent and team come up with a way on how we're going to fund future increases. We keep saying year after year that we've got to put together a multi-year plan for how we're going to establish permanent pay increases. I don't think this $45 million does it. I think it's a Band-Aid. I would also like that we ask that we build the cost of immediate strategic initiatives into our existing budget, those that would be for the upcoming school year. I know that many of us have talked for quite some time about the work that we want to do that's ahead, but I would ask for costs for a budget consultant, a facilities master plan, future strategic planning, and then we're probably going to need additional funding to facilitate public engagement on future policy decisions around facilities, academic and enrollment policies, budget financial policies. All those things cost money, and I think we're going to need a lot of outside help. And so those are the three key pieces of feedback I want to give on the budget. I really applaud the creative thinking that your team has put behind this. I'm asking you to go back and dig a little deeper and cut a little deeper and see what we can do. I also do agree with some of Mr. Godey's sentiments that we may need to look at compensation and how we make sure that we're not effectively giving our staff a decrease in compensation this year. So I think there's a lot to talk about, but this is a great place to start. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Shamlin. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Landis.
Thank you, Madam President. It's a lot to be said. First, I'll say, Superintendent Smith and your staff, phenomenal work. Strumming through this. A lot of the conversation that came out of last year, and I'm not putting this on you, I'm not putting this on your staff, but I will say the rumor mill had left so many people thinking that we were in such a critical, dire place. And we heard numbers as high as $50 million, $70 million, which has essentially placed us in the position that we were in last year, where we wanted to give higher raises to the people who work for our district, but we didn't because we wanted to be good stewards then. Now we're hearing a totally different story, which I guess puts several of our board members in a place where, like, what is true and what isn't true, right? Again, nothing to do with you, but a lot to do with the information that's been given out to people. One of our former colleagues, Ms. Katie Kennerson, was one of the main proponents of saying that she had received the same level of information, and we don't know where it came from. What I will say is, though, several pieces, right? One, the stipend for the $1,500, I just don't simply think that's going to be enough. Not to make teachers go to academically underperforming schools and expect them to want to stay there. I remember with last year, we offered as much as, I think it was $5,000, maybe $6,000 for those who wanted to go inside of those academically underperforming schools. And I could specifically remember one of the comments that were said was, I will quit my job before I go to a school in North Baton Rouge and work somewhere where I'm not happy and where I feel like I'm not safe. Those things settled real deep into my spirit. And again, I can appreciate the $1,500. I just don't think it's enough. I think we have to give more, and we can find more to give. The $1,300, the thing that concerns me is that we have to start forecasting things that are on the horizon, one of which is going to be the breakaway if St. George creates their own district. And we put ourselves in a place where we create a budget that gets bigger, but then our districts begins to shrink due to a lot of those changes in our system. That's going to create a problem. And I just want us to be able to look at that and pay very, very close attention in knowing that we're making the right decisions on behalf of everyone. Another thing I'll say is I hear a lot about us giving money to teachers, and I have no problem with that, as I will always say. They're frontline workers, but we also have other frontline workers. What are we going to do to compensate bus drivers who have to ride in the buses in the heat that they're in? I do have questions around the buses in terms of leasing, because I would like to see us get our own full-time fleet if we have the opportunity to, but I also understand this is the means of trying to save money, so it makes sense. What are we doing for our cafeteria workers? If we recall last year, we had over 1,000 people that walked out because they said that for years they were being looked over and underappreciated because we didn't do enough. I heard those sentiments, and I'm sure several of our board members heard those sentiments, and I just want to know, what are we doing to compensate them as well? They make the smallest amount of money, but they are just as dedicated as any of the employees across our district, whether you are a bus driver, whether you are a mechanic, whether you are a cafeteria worker. I think all of those people, and also our janitors as well, I think all of those people deserve to have some level of compensation that is also equal to what is given to those who are inside of our classrooms. And the last thing I'll say is, in terms of our subs, those substitutes that's going inside of the classrooms, nobody even asked the question or brought up the fact that we are not giving them anything. The contract with ESS is ending soon, so my question here would be, what are we doing to look at how we're going to pay them? Because we know we have teacher shortages around the board, across the board, and we may even have some forthcoming. This is what I'm talking about in terms of forecasting. Is there any way that we can come up with dollars for our substitute teachers? We cannot ignore those spaces, especially some of those teachers who are full-time subs throughout the course of the entire year. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Landis, you stole my thunder on the substitutes. Yeah, because we've had substitutes that worked all year long. They were calling them permanent subs, and you were right. There was no conversation around increasing pay for whether it's a 2-day sub or a permanent sub. Now, Mr. Smith, on the school advanced stipend, those are for teachers who are already there, correct? If I ended the year at Claiborne.
The clock starts ticking the first day of school.
Okay.
So you can be a new teacher starting in that particular school, this upcoming school
But
year.
I think what I heard Mr. Landis saying and Ms. Stewart was that we need incentives to get them there who are not already there.
Mm-hmm.
A new teacher coming into the district, or a teacher who's been at Flame or McKinley Middle Magnet. And we know we need excellent teachers in these schools. So what can we do to incentivize a teacher who may already be at an A school? And we want her to come over, or he, to come over to one of our lower performing schools, bringing with them their experience, their expertise at a higher performing school. Those are the kind of things that I would like to see in the budget. And I'm on record saying this a few weeks ago. I sit out there, I think in 17, and watch the district take back about $450,000 that had been placed in a pool to do just that, to incentivize teachers to move to lower performing schools, and nobody took it. I think maybe three or four teachers took us up on took them up on that offer at the time. So I would like to see something extra to incentivize a teacher from A, B, or C school to go to a lower performing school. And I'll say this too, I really think that we have teachers that would like to work in concert with each other at our higher performing schools and at our lower performing schools. And we live in a technology age where that's easy. It just may take a little creative scheduling on those principals' parts. But if we expect children to learn remotely, especially during the summer, to learn remotely, I think we can expect our teachers to learn remotely from some of their peers during the school year. And I agree with what Mr. Russ was saying too. We've got to get out of the box and start doing things different. some of the habits that we're trying to break around here are institutionalized habits. Things that have been done for years, this just over and over and over, and you got to peel that onion back till you get down to, hey, we can do something new. So I think we're headed in the right direction, but we still got more to do. And on top of all that, we've got to when we start right-sizing this district and consolidating schools, these numbers will change. They will change.
Coach, you made a good point. You just took the words out of my mouth. I'm listening to board members, and there's a lot of requests around compensation. But you have to begin to right-size the district, and that's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take some tough conversation, community involvement, and this is the reason why we have this reserve balance built into play. So initially, you don't have to deficit spend because you have your reserve is too high. It's almost 4 times the requirement of the state. And so we need to use those access dollars to be able to allow time for the district to begin to make those necessary shifts to right-size the district, because it's not going to happen in August.
Right. And we have how many schools right now? 8. How many schools are we currently open?
You got 80-something schools, and right now our projections are about 32,000 students.
Yes, sir.
And we don't know what's going to happen the first 10 days of school. So it depends on who shows up. And so that's why it's important that we take a look at this reserve, this fund balance, and that we allow the district some time, wherever you want to go with the consultants, outside support with how we begin, because I've been here listening to that we were going to do consolidation. I've been hearing that for years, a facility master plan. So at the end of the day, it's not going to happen in August. So right now, we're in a position to where we can compensate our staff, whether we increase substitute pay or whether we do something on the front end, but it's going to take what we've done right now to accomplish that.
Thank you. Ms. Sule.
Okay, thanks so much. I know we've been having a lot of conversation, and I have a few more things that I would like to ask about. One is in agreement with Mr. Lannis about the 1,500 being enough for asking teachers to go to those failing schools. Totally in agreement that I'm not quite sure that that's enough. And then also with Mr. Russ talking about the deep dive into some deeper things, and definitely staying at the high level, but like when I look at the strategic plan and the literacy and the high dose tutoring and the college and career readiness and the attendance and truancy, I want to see actually how much it's going to cost. So I know like we have the actual budget from last year and the revised budget of what it actually costs in the proposed budget, but even based on that, we're not the only ones that are having to deal with price increase or changes in things. And so even if the deep dive just starts with our key initiatives, like actually meeting with the people that we're going to have doing this high dose tutoring and this college and career readiness to see what's it actually going to cost to do these things, I think will just help us in setting the budget more appropriately. And that may help us to find the money in the general fund to give the teachers a better pay.
Noted. In what you see in those categories, for example, with the high dose tutoring, there is a definition for high dose tutoring, and what you see is a lot of salaries and benefits for our own teachers to provide that high dose tutoring, because high dose tutoring is individual tutoring one-on-one or small groups, no more than 4 students, centered around content standards. And so when we do have some contracted services in those categories for vendors that we've worked with in the past, but we have to make certain that we're serving the right students, the right demographics, and we've had that conversation. And so And even around with the literacy, a lot of that's with the early childhood education. We have teachers, paraprofessionals. We have our literacy coaches that's still built into those categories. And so we kind of know what that cost is. But, you know, as we get additional funding through the state, those amounts can increase. And so
then what's budget is actually for the teachers that are doing the high-dose tutoring?
some is teachers, some is some contracted services that are built into that category, what the figures that you saw Ms. Lopez present. So it's built in.
Okay.
What the acts were for some of those vendors who I've met with that could potentially be a partner with us.
So when you look at like what the teachers are offering or what the district is offering, are you getting those based off of like this year's DIBEL scores? Like, how do you know what you're actually gonna?
Based off student data, because you have to understand with tutoring, especially with some of our partners don't tutor on site. And it's an access problem for some of our students who don't have transportation to get to those vendors. So we have to assure that we're providing that tutoring on site, and most of the time it's our own individual certified teachers that are providing that tutoring.
And so they're doing that like after school?
After school.
And they're getting paid
Yes.
extra to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank my colleagues for, I think, a very healthy discussion. I think we've really been talking about important issues in the right kind of way. A couple of thoughts. One, I agree with Ms. Stewart that we need to attract our most highly qualified students to come teach at the schools that are most in need of improvement. And, you know, $1,500 that you might get, you know, if you're successful in turning around, it's a start. It's probably not, you know, as Coach says, past experience suggests that that's not enough, and people will leave that money on the table rather than, you know, change to a less comfortable environment for them for $1,000 or $2,000. So I think we need to continue to explore, you know, what will actually move, you know, make a change in the behaviors of our teachers in terms of where they choose to provide their services. I think that I agree with Mr. Gaudet that you know, I would hate to provide the teachers less, you know, from what we pay for than we provided last year, if we can find any way to do that. As you pointed out, Mr. Smith, we have too much money in the bank. That there is such a thing as kind of an unhealthy level of reserve, and so I think we. And as Mr. Gaudet, the point Mr. Gaudet has made many times is we have, and I think appropriately so, been very conservative with our budget projections, our revenue projections over the past many years. It's been a whole collection of really wonky years, right? I mean, none of them are really representative of anything. So it makes it very difficult for Ms. Lopez to project in the future. However, that said, I think that given the significant size of our reserves, I personally would be comfortable, you know, giving greater incentive, you know, one-time pay raise. We need the $1,300 permanent pay raise, right? And I think that's important, and I'm excited that we can do that. But if we can supplement that with some more one-time stipends, and perhaps target those stipends more than we did last year. Maybe get everybody to that extra $700 or whatever Mr. Gaudet suggested, but even go a little farther, you know, and get 2,000 or something like that. I don't know. Don't hold me to a number, but you know, to those teachers who are, say, highly qualified and willing to teach in one of our schools that are most in need. So I'd encourage us to look at that as we continue to adjust the budget in light of the discussions that we're having tonight and the discussions that we'll have with the public over the coming weeks. I think part of the issue, and I think this goes to a lot of what Mr. Rust was saying, is, you know, how can we know that the budget as a whole has been really scrubbed right? That we are really not having $2, $3, $5 million here or there, that if we all looked at it, we'd really say, no, that we shouldn't, we would really much better spend it on literacy or more high-dose tutoring or greater, pay raises to teachers teaching in our poorest schools or what have you. And I don't know that there's an easy answer to that question, but I think it's appropriate for that this board is going to continue to push on that and understand, have we gotten rid of unessential personnel? Have we made hard decisions to say, look, this is a lovely service being provided by some lovely people. We can't afford this, and we need to just axe that and devote those resources in an area that is a higher priority from this board. So I would encourage you to continue looking at that and see if there are additional improvements that we can make that would free up, to Mr. Russ' point, money in the general fund budget to just say, look, this is just a general fund increase. We can have the reserve too, to do even more, but let's see if there's any way to scrub some of that. All of the experts, I don't know that there is, but I think that which brings me to the question of process. And one, I'd like to ask my colleagues for any feedback on what they think the process ought to be over the next month. We're going to have these public things. Ms. Lopez and I and President Powell Lewis, recently took a certificate class that Georgetown offers on K-12 financing and budgeting. And one of the things that they talked about is, as you go through budgeting exercises and as you ask stakeholders, the community and ultimately the board, we all want all of these things. We all want to give big raises to our frontline staff, whether those are teachers, quote unquote, or custodians or nutrition workers. I've said what is true many times, that every employee we have is an educator of some stripe, right? There's nobody that we hire that's not in the education business in some way, shape, or form, and is not important to the entire education of the children. So we would all like to do that. We would like to give them a $10,000 permanent pay raise. But budgeting is about priorities and making difficult decisions. And we will not have enough money to fund everything that we think should be funded. We won't. And so, I would encourage the board to give some thought. I would encourage the staff, as you work through options, right? Rather than just say, hey, this is the way it's got to be, right? Let's plan some exercises where we can, with the board, with the community, we can say, hey, given the choice, would you rather axe this department and take that $3 million and devote it to literacy or high-dose tutoring, or would you rather keep this department and spend the same amount on that, right? Whatever, I think a series of those kind of options that are based in real-world numbers on our actual budget and the decisions we have to make can be illustrative and help us get out of the idea that, oh, we want everything. It's easy to sit up here and say, I want everything. I do. I want everything. We don't have the money to do everything. We can, to Mr. Smith's point, we can and need to start making these tough consolidation decisions and things like that so that we can hopefully free up some more money. But until then, we got the money that we have. And spending it on this means not spending it on that. And that's the lens through which we all need to see that. So I would ask my colleagues to be thinking and give me feedback, now or later, on how would you like to see the process work? Do we want the administration to just kind of keep, tweaking, kind of like happened last year, and we have 3 big options that we choose from? I didn't find that process ideal last year. Or do we want to have a series of votes where we have an opportunity as a board to debate and say, hey, here's option A, option B. What, short of here's the whole budget, right? Let's vote on these particular options. So I would appreciate your feedback on that. And with that, again, thank you very much for a healthy discussion so far tonight.
Yeah. I know I'm not in the queue. I don't know how to use this thing up here. But to just comment on what you just said, Mr. Martin, we all have a lot of wants. But the budget is not the 10 Commandments. The budget can always be adjusted. And based off the needs of the students, because right now we're working off what we call in the educational world, stale data. We won't know until what we truly need until our kids come back to us in August and we do our diagnostic testing and we see whether there were progression or the regression during the summer months. And so we can make those adjustments with if we need more funding allocated towards literacy, high-dose tutoring, because the budget is based off a set of assumptions. It's not real. We don't even know if the students are going to show up. And so what I would advise is that we have an opportunity to adopt a budget. We'll go back and make some of the tweaks, but we looked at strategically pulling at least, I think it was what, 7%? Well, we brought the general fund balance down to what the district policy is. And that's where you get the $45 million, set aside to allow the district, the board, some time to make some tough decisions. And so the budget is not the 10 Commandments. You can always make amendments, you always make adjustments because it's based off a set of assumptions. It's a proposed budget.
Thank you. I believe majority of us have entered into the queue again, and so I will proceed forward as well. Are your feet hurting, Ms. Lopez?
I'm fine, ma'am. Keep going. I'm just here for the special revenue next. We're good.
Okay. So I will say this. These are my notes, y'all. They're not in any order. Y'all know I normally try to have things typed in a particular order. But as we talked, I just really thought about this as really being a pleasant think tank about what our budget and where our finances could be utilized in our district. And so one of the first I thought about was, Coach, just as you mentioned about substitute teachers, one of the delays in my coming in this room was a lady that I met leaving out of this room, and I was coming in, who said that she had a question about whether or not she would receive a raise as a sub, and she couldn't get the answer that she needed. So myself, and thank you so much, Ms. Okonski, we met her outside, got her where she needed to go. So it's of utmost importance. The other that I thought about was, in my time in some other districts, there were teachers who battle with, and I know they battle with it here, of whether or not they really want to cover that class when the principal sends them that email. And so, of course, in one of the most recent districts, which of course is Zachary right down the road, they offered $25 for a teacher to cover a class. And teachers did not give any issues about covering classes. So that's just something to think about. The other is, Mr. Russ, I know you mentioned about how it seems like we just keep starting over with this process. Like in last May is looking a lot like this May, and then what happens if it's next May? And what I thought about was, last year we had one superintendent. This year we have a different superintendent. And next year we may have another superintendent. So it's it may very well look like like it did this year or last year. So that's just something to think about. Okay. Also, when we think about the $45 million being put aside, Ms. Lopez or Mr. Smith, could you speak to how many years on average or on estimate do we expect that $45 million to carry us as far as this salary schedule change?
So as the district begins to downsize, you're going to see significant savings because you're going to have less facility costs, you're going to have less staff cost. Now let's talk about the $45 million. So in your first round, we're looking at about $8 million. Now at 4% interest, you're earning anywhere between $1 million and $1.5 million a year on that $45 million that will go directly into that fund. And any savings in the general fund will also go in that fund up to 50%. So typically in a normal year where things are not different because of ESSER or COVID, we always ended up with about $5 or $6 million. So you're looking at another $3 million going into it. So you're covering the vast majority of it. And along with that, you're providing cuts. Mr. Smith and I have already had several conversations about ideas of what can be done. So I am not in any way fearful of that money running out anytime soon. I do feel, as he has stated, that in order to maintain, the district is going to have to make changes. But the feeling I have gotten from this board, the feedback I have gotten from this board is y'all want to make changes. So this is a little shove. Let's make changes. Let's consolidate. Let's make the betterment of our kids so we can put our great kids in great schools with great teachers. That's our goal every day.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So the next is this. I know that we talked about $3 million for strategic planning. We know that that is a lofty goal of saying that we're going to use $3 million for strategic planning. One of the recent conversations I've had with Mr. Shamlin, just to see if this has happened before, is the possibility of having like an educational governance structure consultant on retainer, possibly even if we use that. And you remember we talked about that probably about a week ago in regards to whether we use one of the organizations that we already have a membership with, or even if we consider another organization, whatever the case is, if we streamline that in regards to having a consultant that is on retainer with us, then that means that we'll be able to utilize their expertise and avoid having contract after contract after contract that might lead up to that $3 million for strategic planning. So of course, if we reduce that number, that would give us more money to work with, possibly in support of teachers and support staff as well.
Absolutely. It's at the pleasure of the board, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Look, I'm just checking off my stuff. Okay. The next is, I just kind of wanted to share as well, one of the questions that I've asked some of my colleagues about, and of course, we've kind of bounced this idea around as well, and I think I mentioned it to you as well, Mr. Smith, is I would love to see us have ACT prep in every high school. Whether it's the 100 that's providing it, whether it's Brick that's providing it, whether it's Studyville, whether it's a different organization in every school, but whatever the case is, we need ACT prep in every high school. And then also the thoughts of making sure that we have strong LEAP tutoring in every, or at least in our low performing schools. And what does that financially look like? The other is, I was bouncing around some numbers here. So if we think about what we've talked about giving to teachers who go to, or who's willing to either transfer or work at a low performing school, and we say $1,500, okay, after they have performed. Am I correct in saying that teachers work 182 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, 91 days per semester.
So 1,500 divided by 182 is $8.24 extra a day. If we offer them, correct, if we offer them $20 a day as an incentive, that would be $3,620 as that incentive. If we offered them $25 a day, because in all honesty, if you work at a failing school, you're going to give at least 3 more hours a day than your work day.
Ms.
At
Powell,
least.
Underperforming school, not failing.
Okay, underperforming, thank you. Underperforming schools, you're going to give at least 3 more hours. Me personally, I stayed until 8 p.m. at Glen Oaks Middle every day. So just to give them $25 extra per day, that's $4,550. I just want to put that out there for anybody who's listening. The other part to this is, thank you so much, Ms. Stewart. Sign-on bonuses always draw people. Transfer bonuses draw people as well. If I see that you're going to give me XYZ amount of money to start off the school year, that might help me to make a down payment on a car, I'm gonna take it. Y'all know I need a car, that's a side note. All right. And then also, also, thank you so much, Mr. Landis, for pulling out and bringing to the forefront that there were lots of things going on the rumor mill. Lots, especially in regards to $71 million budget, $31 million budget deficit, a deficit just in general that would bankrupt the system. That was the phrase that was used. So my question is, if what happened last year dealt with metrics and credentials of the balancing of the budget, or what was the difference? So that's a rhetorical. I know we don't have an answer to that. Now, finally getting to the last part of what was on my mind in regards to the salary schedule. So if we up our salary schedule by $1,300 divided by 182 days, that's an extra $7.14 a day. Not an hour, a day. If we offer $10 more a day, not an hour, then that means that increase in the salary schedule would be $1,820. If we wanted to offer $2,000, just an even $2,000 increase to the salary schedule, that would be $10.99 a day. Just something that we need to process as we think about this moving forward. Thank you to my colleagues. I know that everybody else has to speak, and trust, I want y'all to say everything you want to say, because I know y'all let me say everything I wanted to say. But I want to remind you as well, and this will be publicized very, very soon, that our budget community meetings include the following, so that way I don't have to come back and talk again at the end. But the budget community meetings will be held on May 30th at 5 p.m. at Park Forest Middle. There will be another one held on June 13th, 2024 at 5 p.m. at Capitol Middle. And then there will be one held on June 18th at 5 p.m. at Southeast Middle. Mr. Gaudet.
Yes, thank you. And I really want to congratulate this board for having a robust discussion around these issues in a very professional manner. I think it's been very well and very healthy for this. Couple of comments real quick. I want to address what Mr. Russ was talking about, how process can change. You know, really the budget starts with the strategic plan. And a couple of years ago, we made a strategic plan really for the first time ever. And from what I gather, that plan really hasn't changed. But if we really want to start the budget process earlier, what we need to do is have this discussion around a strategic plan and have this discussion in February, so that as the budget is put together, people are responding to what are the issues that came out of the strategic discussion. And in my mind, the community meetings ought to be around what is going to be our strategy, because the budget is nothing but a reflection of that strategy. So we got to stop thinking about the budget as being the key document. The key document is really the strategic plan, and the budget should just be a flow out of that strategic plan. And I fully agree that we need to continue to search. We need to consolidate. We got work underway to get that done. That needs to be completed. That needs to be in place for next year's budget, and to work through the strategic plan with that. And we also, in my opinion, we also ought to almost have a internal audit here is really around checking school finances and all that kind of stuff. We really need to have a process audit position. It's a position I held at Albemarle for a while, where my job was to go around, work with different groups and see what they're doing and how they could do it better, faster, cheaper, and do that. So that's just some thoughts. But a lot of the detailed kinds of things that we're coming out with, things we want to see in the budget, this is a discussion that really should have been had in February for that. Now, I want to ask a little bit, and Ms. Kelly, you may not be, Ms. Lopez, I'm sorry.
Either way.
Ms. Lopez, you may not be the right person to do that, but the highly effective teacher stipend. Is that a state law, or is that something we do?
That's something we do.
It's something we do.
They receive the qualification based upon their compass scores. That's the evaluation. And Mr. Smith, I'm going to let you dive right in
that's
because
fine.
you know much better. But no, you do not have to pay them a stipend.
And I'm not trying to take it away, but the point I was trying to make is that's on a compass score. And that highly effective teacher, what percentage of our teachers have received that this year?
I want to say it's like I don't want to lie. I want to say it was 1,300, but I could be totally off. I don't remember. I have it, but it's many spreadsheets ago.
So it's 70%?
No.
30%? 50%? I'm ballpark.
86 teachers this year. It's our lowest number we've ever had.
86, okay.
That's VAM.
So, huh?
That's VAM.
Bam, what's?
VAM. It's at, Mr. Smith.
The point I'm trying to make is it's confusing on what
Sure.
we're talking about here. So I think as part of what we go forward with, because we're all talking about how to compensate, I want to pay highly effective teachers more. I don't have a lot of confidence right now in our ability to designate who those highly effective teachers are to do that. I also fully agree that we need to pay more for teachers who are going into tough situations. You know, on the raising schools from F's, I think our stipend ought to be $3,000 instead of $1,500 because those are the toughest ones we have. And part of the reason why, because I suggested this thing of going to a per school basis, is that I think we need to start working with these underperforming schools to work on the culture of those schools, so that those schools, trying to create more of a teamwork impact at those schools where everyone's trying to pull the wagon at the same time, and if someone's struggling, everyone goes help that struggling person, as opposed to each individual getting a pay raise or a stipend.
Sure.
Where the stipend is a community stipend, that if we all do well, we're all going to get a stipend. And so that's one of the big things behind that, trying to change how we think about things, because, you know, we're not getting SPS scores on teachers, we're getting SPS scores on schools. So I think we got to start focusing more on the schools. And then I know I get specific, we got one last question. On the law about the deficit spending, because that seems to be doing a lot of things, driving a lot of things that we do. Is that the deficit spending at the end of the year when it's all said and done?
Yes.
Or is that the budget? Okay.
Actual.
That is actual. So we haven't had a deficit in years. 2018, I think, is the last one we had when, under Mr. Drake's administration, we had like a $29 million deficit.
Yes.
Okay. So while that is a concern, it is not a huge, to me, I don't view that as, oh God, the sky is going to fall. This year, we're going to have a minor deficit, but that's only because we added in all of these stipends.
Sure.
Without the stipends we added in, it would not be. And, you know, here we're talking about numbers where we're talking about, you know, $400 million plus, is actually $500-something million plus. You know, 1% of that is $5 million.
Yeah.
Not a single thing in this budget is accurate to 1%.
No.
So we need to recognize, as Mr. Smith said, this is not the Ten Commandments.
No, it can change.
We also, you know, I just looked back and I think we ended up with $40 million more revenue this year than we had last year. So as we look at some of these things, because to me, you're kind of cooking the books a little bit with the reserve fund we're setting up. And I'm not calling cooking the books, but there's estimates that go all the way through this. And all we ever tend to focus on is the estimates of expenses. There are a lot of estimates that go into estimating revenue.
Sure.
If sales tax collections are 1.5% up instead of 1%, the numbers change, okay? And so, again, I'm not saying to be frivolous or anything like that, but we have consistently underestimated revenues. And so if we really are worried about the deficit's going to end up being what it's going to be, and we can adjust through the year, and we can pull from this reserve fund if we need to pull from this reserve fund. But I would suggest that we go back and also look at what are our revenue estimates, because some minor tweaks to those revenue estimates Because there's nothing, there's nothing sacrosanct about saying it's going to be 1%. We could say 2% because inflation's running well over 2%, and our sales tax collections are going to run with inflation.
Sure.
As inflation goes up, we collect more sales taxes. So I could sit here and argue a 2% increase is totally valid as compared to a 1% or even a 3%. So I don't, we always tend to say, okay, this revenue is locked, and the only thing we have to look at is this. So I think as we're making our budget, because the actual is going to be the actual, and we can't fool with that. So I don't want to not pay a teacher because we're being overly conservative on our sales tax revenue or on our property tax revenue.
Sure.
When at the end of the day, we've always seen that money come back in. And again, I'm not saying play funny with the books at all, but these are only estimates. And
Absolutely.
and to me, anything between a 1% and a 3.5% would be totally defensible on these sorts of things. So we can't just look at everything but the revenue being fixed, and we got to fit everything else. I think we have to also look at what are we assuming on the revenue, and as we adjust this, we can adjust to go forward with this. Okay, thank you. My 2 cents or 3 cents or 3.5 cents or whatever that was. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ballou, before you start to speak, you all let us remember as well, which that went over my head, Ms. Lopez also, that we do have another presentation on the special budget. Okay, so Mr. Ballou.
I just have a suggestion. If we decide to go the route of a special reserve fund, right now it says 50% of the unassigned fund balance, and I would just suggest, since we have a 15% goal as a board on the unassigned fund balance, that we just say 50% or anything in excess of 15%, whichever is less. So, and I'm done.
Thank you.
Shortest comment of the night. Excellent.
Mr. Lewis.
Now you got me feeling guilty because we got a whole nother presentation to go. But again, we've talked about getting out of the box, thinking around here. To some of the things you just mentioned, Mr. Gode, if we can adopt some community school models, that would help shift the culture in some of the schools. Nothing in the world, there's nothing wrong with community school models. It works all over the country. You talked about better, faster, cheaper. I relate that to teachers working together in concert, helping each other. That's the way we can change our schools. There has to be a paradigm shift in this body, the way it does things. You just talked about having this conversation in February. Okay, we talk about the way our schools function, partly because the way this body has functioned over the years, or been dysfunctional, however you want to put it. We talk about schools performing the way they're designed to perform. Same thing goes for this body. That's pretty much what I wanted to say. I just kind of wanted to get that out there. Hopefully we can go through the special presentation. Okay, good. But on a serious note, guys, we've got to change the way we operate this school system. And we just can't stand here and point fingers at 15 underperforming schools and not realize that 3 fingers are pointing right back at us. So it's going to take a team effort to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
Hey, Ms. Lopez, I just have one quick question. Actually, a request rather, because I was looking into some portion of the budget as it relates to the foundation, and it was brought to my attention that I guess our budget, the pay for the director of the foundation is paid through our budget, and I had some inquiries, some questions as relates to why are we paying for the salary for the foundation, for the head, the executive director.
Sure.
Because I was under the impression that the foundation is supposed to fundraise, and I wanted to kind of get some back information as far as, was that the initial intent for us to pay the executive director? And I want some information as far as what has been the fundraising within the last few years to try to identify the reasoning why we're still paying it.
Sure. So I can answer everything but the last question for you. So back when I started with this right after the flood, I think it was 17, 18 when I got into this position, we were paying for the foundation director and an assistant for her. During Mr. Drake's tenure, we removed the assistant, but we continue to pay for the foundation. I do believe the intent was that they would give her, the foundation, 2 or 3 more years, and then the position would be funded fully through donations. That never happened. So right now, in this current budget, there's only half of a foundation position salary because I was unsure at the time of what the intention of the board was. The understanding was that for next year it would go away, but then there was some questions, so I said, well, I'll put a half of one in there. I'm covered for 6 months if I need it. I'm not real sure what the intention is going to be for next year for the foundation. I'm not sure of the fundraising opportunities that they provided last year. I do not have a lot of dealing with the foundation.
Okay. Does this question go to you, Attorney Shamlin, as far as the data that can be retrieved, as far as what the foundation has provided, as far as what type of donations within the last few years, and to try to identify the intent in regards of payment? Because I think it was maybe like 90-something thousand as far as the salary, but if that's half of it that we're paying, I want to be able to identify if that's something that they can pull up under their umbrella to negate from us. As my colleague, Mr. Martin, was saying that, hey, we got to identify what's more important. And if the foundation isn't raising any money, then why are we just giving money out?
Yes, ma'am. I'll work with I think our board liaison is Mr. Martin with regard to the foundation. We can work on a report to the board as to the status of that position and potential plans. Going forward, we'll try to get you something by close of business Monday.
All right, thank you. And that's it. Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
You're welcome.
Oh, no.
Tuesday.
Yeah, that's the holiday. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Lannis.
Yeah, so it's a lot of conversation tonight that's revolving around changes and things like that. But I just want to remind the board that we're going on our 4th superintendent. And everybody cannot play the role of the superintendent because at the end of the day, our suggestions that we make to you are going to fall on you. It doesn't matter if they work or if they don't work. But I can tell you this, if they don't work, we'll be going to our 5th superintendent, right? So I just want us to be clear in understanding it is not our job to tell you how to manage this school system. It is our job to, 1, approve a balanced budget that you bring to us, not to dictate what goes in it. We can say what we think or recommend some changes, but ultimately at the end of the day, Mr. Smith, that's going to fall on you. We saw what happened last year. We saw what happened in subsequent years before that. I think that we just have to take a bigger role in understanding we can't tell you what to do, can't tell you how to do it, but you need support in everything that you are doing because there's so many moving parts. Number 2, last year, there were a lot of dollars that were left on the table, and I would love for us to strum through and figure out what those dollars are.
Sure.
I could tell you $2.5 million right now that have not been touched. We put aside $1.5 million for school safety. We didn't use any of those dollars that we set aside. Another one was $500,000 that we put up for workforce development internships that we did not move on. That's $500,000. And then another $500,000 was for workforce development inside of the actual department that we didn't touch. That's $2.5 million right there. Now, I'm sure there's some other dollars out there. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is not to say that we were irresponsible. I'm saying that if we can get or create cost savings from the dollars that we didn't use, let's also roll those over because majority of the money that we're talking about right now came out of ESSER. So that means those are dollars that we can also offset inside of our budget so that we're not coming out of our general fund and paying for things that we don't have to. So when we talk about paying more money to across the board for, again, cafeteria workers, janitors, so on and so forth, those are dollars that can be used for that. Money that we can get our subs to a reasonable amount of money throughout the year, those are dollars that we can also use for that. So those are the kind of things that I want to see. But I will say this budget process will not be an easy one because we want to put our best foot forward. Consolidations are going to be a big conversation. Nobody wants to see schools closed. Nobody wants to see schools merged. But we got to be more, we have to look at our district at a fine-tuned lens so that it shows more support, as you said, Ms. Lopez, for our students, but also for our teachers. The ones on the side of those schools trying to work those extra hours, as you said, President Powell Lewis, because they don't have a choice but to. I also want us to be cognizant that we're rolling more roles and responsibilities on those same teachers who are constantly underpaid and feel underappreciated. We have to find common ground. That's all I say to that. But I want you to know I support you. I support the changes that you make inside of this budget because we have to support you. And we don't support you, then our system fails. And for me, that's just not an option. So you have my support. Anything that I can offer into this budget process, I absolutely will. Again, I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm only here to give you suggestions about things that I think could work, but it's not my choice at the end of the day. That's yours.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. A couple of thoughts. One, I agree with Mr. Goday. The budget process really does start with a strategic plan. And then, as I understand, the general best practices is for the board in a February, March timeframe to get together and talk about what are the goals and guardrails, is the phrase I keep hearing, that the board expects to guide you in preparing the budget, right? We still have a lot of work to do, as we've discussed many times, in just the basic structure of the budget, right? I mean, you've lumped together, as Ms. Sule was asking, the high-dose tutoring, both the ones that we provide and the outside things. There are a lot of things in the professional services budget, for example, that should probably have subcategories so we can see where we're spending that money, and the board can express its policy preferences in that. And so, as we evolve and get better at that basic structure of the budget, that will help the process and allow us to start. So, Ms. Lopez, we don't know what's going to happen with the superintendent position or anything like that, but I think you're hearing correctly from the board, as you alluded to earlier. We want to do much better, much faster. So I would encourage you, as we work through whether we're going to have a consultant to help us and stuff like that, start planning for a better budget process, right, that would start in January or February, rather than, we meet the legal deadline, we published a budget May 20th, right? Maybe we could shoot to publish the budget in April 20th, right, and be ahead of everybody else. After having, kind of the broader discussions both with the board and the community, and then we could maybe hopefully get out of the practice having 3 community meetings for everything that we're doing. It's important, we need it, but it'd be better if we do it in a more structured, planned way. I think the other comment I'll make, final thought, is, inevitably, and I remember this last year, 1 or 2 issues in the budget take all the attention, right? And it's usually pay. And how can we pay our deserving teachers and our deserving custodians and nutrition workers and bus drivers more? And that's important, and we are always going to talk about that a lot. But this is a lot more than just that. There is a lot of stuff built in here, right? Sure. There's not just the amount of pay, there's the allocation of the number of teachers and the kinds of teachers that are going to each school. There are all sorts of policies and procedures that are buried in here that we're approving when we vote for this big thing, which, few of us probably read from cover to cover. I'm sorry, Ms. Lopez.
There's no new policies, sir. Don't worry. These are just the same ones we've always had.
It's just the same ones. And how many years has the board voted on those things without really understanding them?
I don't think they've ever asked me, honestly. A lot of them are state statutes. I built the LAF guide in, so because I think it's really important for everyone to understand what the state requires, and so that's in there. But no one ever asked me.
So well, consider yourself asked.
Okay.
Right? That doesn't mean we're going to come back up here for a 2-hour, presentation just on that. But I call attention particularly to make one particular point, which is that also buried in here are the pay schedules, right?
Yes.
And that's very important, because it's not just, are we giving teachers a $1,300 raise or a $1,300 raise plus a $1,000 stipend or whatever. A couple of years ago, right before I joined the board, as I recall, there was a Council of Great City Schools helped us study pay disparities and how we could alleviate it. And we've made some progress over the past couple of years on that. But I hear, for example, that there continue to be some significant disparities between what we pay our veteran teachers and what we pay our new teachers. Right? And I think that's an issue that we really need to be cognizant of, because we may have a highly effective veteran teacher, and just because of the way the pay scales have changed from time to time, because we're trying to compete against Livingston and Ascension to bring the new teachers in, they get paid more, right? Or much closer to what that veteran teacher with 15 years, 17 years experience in the classroom is making. And that's not really what I think any of us would like to see, and don't think it's fair to pay the new untested person almost in parity with the person that's proven themselves to be able to achieve results with our kids. So I would like, at some point during one of the several meetings we're going to be having at this process, throughout this process, Ms. Lopez, to have you give a little bit more detailed presentation on those pay scales and some of those issues that we should be considering as part of this, right? Because it is easy to get lost in a kind of simpler, do we want to pay more? Do we want to pay this much more or that much more? But I think it is also incumbent upon us in the budget process to look at all these other details, particularly any existing, equity or issues of inequity that may be in there that affect the performance of our teachers who are going into their job. I mean, if we're asking them if we really want a veteran teacher to go into to one of our underperforming schools, is that the right word, Coach? Underperforming schools? Yes. Then and we're expecting a 15-year teacher who's established in this one spot to come give their tremendous talents to kids who need it really desperately. And they're making $1,000 more than somebody that just started and graduated last year and just started. That's a tough ask, and so I think we need to look at that along with the bigger picture issues. That again, I think, as several people said, I think there's been a very healthy discussion, and I really appreciate the very valuable, very healthy discussion we've had tonight. And I thank you, Ms. Lopez and Interim Superintendent Smith, for the work that's gone into this. We've got a lot more work to do, but I think you've heard clearly from all of us that we appreciate the progress that we've made so far. And we just want to keep the ball rolling and push to make as many good changes as we can, as quickly as we can.
Thank you. Okay, there are no other comments, board members in the queue to make comments. So we can now move on to the next presentation.
All right. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Smith. Tonight we will review the 24-25 fiscal year special revenue budgets. As budget law states, as we stated before, the Finance Department has completed notice in the newspaper for the required public hearing on June 6th with anticipated approval of the budget on June 20th. Again, with the general fund, all funding sources must be approved and submitted to the state by September 15th. Total revenue over time. So this is all just special revenues. And so let's talk about what special revenues is. This is your propositions. These are your grant accounts. So in 2018, you had total revenues of $187.2 million. In 24-25, our proposed is $223.8 million. And you can see the increase in 2021, 2022, and then it starts going down in 2023, and then back down to what you would consider a normal rate in 2024. Total expenditures over time, again, this is the same 6-year period. So in 2018-19, total expenditures were $181 million. For 24-25, the expected is $179.2 million. And again, you see what I affectionately call the ESSER effect. In 21, 22, 23, it goes up and it goes back down in like a hill fashion. All right, so typically grants must be spent in the fiscal year they're received. For example, Title I. Title I, when you receive it, you must spend it all. If you do not spend it, you have to give it back. You are allowed to roll over a little bit, but for the most part, we spend every penny. Same thing with many of your federal grants. They must be used in totality by the end of the year. Now, some of your funds in the special revenues carry a fund balance. For example, Child Nutrition is projecting a $0.4 million fund balance. iCare, which is completely funded through property tax, it has its own property tax, is $4.7 million. Proposition 2 is at 14.7, and Proposition 3 is at 31.6. So let's talk about the proposed budget for Proposition 2. So our projected revenues are $8.8 million, projected expenditures is 6.7, and the ending fund balance is 14.7. Proposition 2 is that 8% of the penny that funds our alternative programs. Staffing for next year is projected at 93 personnel. So Proposition 3, as we talked about earlier, it funds that piece of every non-grant funded position's salary. So 24-25 projected revenues is $44.9 million, projected expenditures is $41.9 million, and total fund balance of ending balance is $28.1 million, which is a good healthy balance for that fund. So special education is IDEA. This is inclusive of your IDEA and your IDEA pre-K. These funds fund opportunities for our students with exceptionalities, and that runs the gamut from IEPs on both ends of our spectrums. So projected revenues is $11.6 million. Again, we will spend every penny at $11.6 million, and our projected staff is 210 personnel. Title funding. Title funding is one of our largest grants. It's always considered a major grant by our auditors, and it is almost always chosen to be audited for the year. There are many different title grants. So you have Title I, which is for your economically disadvantaged and your and some of your ESL students. This is to supplement, not supplant. So they can't take over a bill, but they can assist a school in providing opportunities for our economically disadvantaged children. Then you have II, which is professional development, and Dr. Bethley could probably speak to this much more eloquently than me. Title III and Title III immigrant is for your ESL students and for that population of students. Title IV and is for additional assistance. I know many math coaches are paid for out of Title IV, and Title IX is for your homeless population and is one of the smaller pieces of the title. So total title funding for next year is $24.1 million. We are expected to spend $24.1 million for a total population of staffing of 207. Early childhood education is funded through many different sources. You have majority are state, some are local. We are projected revenue of $15.9 million, expected expenditures of $15.5. They have an ending fund balance of $0.4 million and a total population of employees of 132 million. Now, please note this is not inclusive of the child care center staffing. Those are contracted services with our different child care centers. This would only be staff that is provided through the district. So our literacy funds are primarily our federal. They're run through the state, but they are federal grants, for example, CLSD. We are projecting $6.8 million in revenue, $6.8 million in expenditures, and a total staffing of 42. And those are your major funds. Any questions? I told you that would be much faster.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Real quick, Ms. Lopez,
Sure.
any increase in alternative education?
In what manner?
Any dollar increase in addressing what's happening in the alternative schools?
So the alternative schools is 100% through sales tax funding, and it's determined by the superintendent and by the chief of schools of what necessary programs they need. We're starting with the base of how many students we are presuming will be there. Now, 93 is already higher. A couple of years ago, we had 75 staff members. Now we're at 93, and that's inclusive of additional needs, additional teachers, social workers. But it is always at the will of the board and the pleasure of the superintendent if y'all would like to increase anything as long as the fund will bear it, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. That increase tells me that we need to look at increasing the funds.
Sure.
Mr. Gode.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez, I just got a couple of questions about Prop 3.
Yeah.
Because that was a huge topic of discussion last year.
Yeah.
So in the current budget, general fund budget we just reviewed,
Right.
how much money is coming from Prop 3?
13%.
13% of salaries
Yes.
is coming from Prop 3, okay. Now, please help me because I got constituents who call me on that. 13% of what?
Okay, so 13% of every non-funded grant position is funded through the proposition. However, the state provided raises are 100% funded through general fund. So if you actually did the math, it won't be a perfect 13% because the MFP provides the raises, therefore general fund pays the entirety.
Okay. And so in the general fund budget that we just went over, if I go and look at someone's salary, I can take and say 13%, the general fund salary. Can I look at a salary and say 13% of that salary came from Prop 3?
Not 100% because you have 3 years of state-funded raises that are in there that are funded through the general fund because they're given through the MFP.
Okay. So that is starting to destroy my mind. Can we some kind of way get rid of that and figure out if it's going to be that and make it 12% instead of 13 and get that so we have a common number?
Well, then I'd have to do like a massive, complicated journal entry to move money into a different fund. I mean, I know it's not perfect percentage-wise, but mathematically and financially, it's correct because that's how the funding comes in.
I'm thinking of a poor teacher trying to figure out what is my salary coming from and where it's coming from and that sort of thing. So
Sure.
So anyway, I would just suggest that on the thing, but I want to get back to the Prop 3.
Sure.
So if I look at, because last year, from what I can see from here, we were going to use Prop 3 money
Yes.
to raise up the salaries. And there was a lot of, or raise
It
up the
paid part of the
compensation.
stipends, right?
Okay.
Point of
Paid part the
information.
stipend.
I'm sorry, Mr. Godin. I didn't want to cut you off. I hear you keep saying Prop 3. Are you talking about the tax referendum from last year that we voted on
Yes.
as a parish? Okay.
Okay.
Just for everybody at home.
Okay, I just wanted to point out, because it's not the discussion I remember having, because from what I'm seeing here is that, because there was all this falderall about Prop 3 was going to run out of money, and we were going to spend down the whole balance. And then when I look at the numbers here, and I look at the revised budget, the ending balance only dropped from 31 million to 28 million,
Right.
only $3 million, and everyone was running around like Chicken Little saying the sky was falling. What happened?
Sales tax. You never know what sales tax is going to do. It is 100% funded in sales tax.
Okay.
So all we can do, like you said, the revenue in May may not be what it's going to be next May. We don't know. It's an educated estimate.
Okay, and the only point I'm bringing that up for is, again, last year we put ourselves through all the angst. The sky was going to fall because we were going to use all of the Prop 3 money and where we were going to get the funding for that for the next year and so on and so on and so on. We ended up using $3 million
Sure.
out of $30 million. We ended up using less than 10%
Sure.
of the balance. And this current budget has us rebuilding back to the $31 million. Again, I'm just trying to point out the fact that all of these, we're talking about the $70 million deficit and all these sorts of stuff. All of these are estimates.
Sure.
And everyone gets so enthralled and running around with the estimates and what's going to happen here and what's going to happen here. We have to be prudent, but also recognize we're going to need to make midstream adjustments as things go on. We don't know what the world's going to be. I know, Mr. Lannis, you mentioned St. George. I don't even want to consider St. George right now. That may or may not happen. I have no idea if it's going to happen, when it would happen. we don't even know what the district boundaries would be because there's nothing that puts St. George in the same district as the city limits. Because Zachary's not in the same city limits, Central's not in the same city limits. I have no way of knowing what that could possibly be. So if I start screwing up my budget to do something that I have no idea of what or when it's going to be, I don't know what it is. Just like the ESA bill that was LA Gator or whatever it is, just like that bill in there could totally change things. They could change the Constitution and change the MFP funding and formula and all that. Those are things that are beyond our control, and I have zero idea of what to do about it. So I just think we got to be aware, and part of the reason of maintaining some balances is as these things hit you, we didn't know. I want to go back to a specific example where that balance really helped us out. You go back to 2016 when the flood came, we had the balances available that we could immediately go in and start reconstruction of our schools and get those schools back online. Baker is still trying to build their school coming up because they didn't have balances to go in and do that. We had the luxury of doing it, paying for it first and getting reimbursement from FEMA second. Baker's having to go the other way around. I'm not throwing rocks at Baker, it's just the way they were. They're having to wait for FEMA money to come in first before they can go spend their money. So there are very good reasons to have some good budget balances in here. But again, I just want to emphasize, last year the sky was falling on Prop 3, the sky was falling on the budget and things like that, and it drizzled. We didn't need to go build an ark. We didn't need to go do anything like this. So we just need to keep some of these things in perspective. And I'm not saying be frivolous about what we do. I'm just trying to say have perspective on what we do as we go through these. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russ.
I'll be quick. I had a question on our special education IDEA budget. I see our summary shows a proposed change in staffing of adding, well, it just says staffing 90 to 210. So what is that difference in staffing? Is it additional teachers in special education classrooms? Is it paraprofessionals? What is that?
I can speak to that.
Right.
Part of the reason why that shift, what we were looking at the elementary, specifically at the elementary, is moving from a inclusion model versus a resource model. When you look at the middle and high schools, there are more inclusion where kids stay in the classroom to receive those services. Unfortunately, at the elementary level, we would make, I don't want to say this publicly, but based off staff is how some of the IEPs were created. And what best practices tell us is that we want to keep those students inside the core curriculum classroom instead of pulling them out for instructional minutes. And so what that will require more teachers at the elementary level.
Okay, so this is essentially bringing on 120-ish new teachers specifically for SPED.
SPED.
And specifically in elementary spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Yeah, I'm going to just follow up with that. That is the kind of major change that I think should be highlighted to this board and not just Mr. Russ ferreting out in the budget, because that totally went by me. But that's a major policy change that I'm all for it, don't get me wrong, but that is a major change that I think that should be made openly and publicly, that we discuss and do that, because although I agree with it, it is a significant change with significant financial impacts and significant employment impacts and all these sorts of things. So those are the kinds of things that to me should have been discussed in a February meeting where we do strategies and all these sorts of things come into the budget. And just because it's in the special fund, don't think we don't care about it. I want to make sure that that's clear, because I really like the fact that we finally have a consolidated budget so we can look at everything, because really that's how we should be looking at the finances of this district, on a consolidated budget basis. I know legally we have to do the split, but we really need to be looking at it on a consolidated basis. So substantive changes like that, I would hope we'd have discussion and presentation and that sort of thing before we do that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I wanted to second the point Mr. Goday made. I think it's a very good one, and you want to highlight again, and we've talked a little bit more about this nursing change, but these are the kind of things that kind of show up in the budget. They should show up elsewhere, and they should show up in board discussion well in advance of the actual decision being made, so the board can make sure that, you know, as Mr. Lannis points out, it's not our business to run the details of the show, right? But we vote on things for a reason, right? And there's a reason that a lot of these things have to come to the board, and that is because we are the ones that are ultimately empowered to make those decisions. And if we're presented with this kind of change, this, you know, in the budget process, if we're presented with the nursing change when it's all but accomplished, then that removes our ability to actually ensure that there's been the appropriate stakeholder engagement, that we understand the ramifications of the changes, that we've done our due diligence to make sure that all the potential ramifications of a significant change like that have been thought through. So I just want to encourage the district, and I think the district has been doing a better job of that lately. But obviously here we've got this change coming on to us now. So I would encourage us to continue to be very thoughtful and coming to the board well in advance of the actual implementation of these major kind of shifts.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment or question from the board, thank you so much. Ms. Lopez, we will now take a 3-minute recess. It is 7:14. We need to be ready to start at 7:17. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Lannis, for as a place of deja vu, Mr. Lannis, as a place of deja vu, just hit over there and say,
Oh, I'm sorry.
thank you. Meeting call to order. Thank you, thank you. All right. So we can go ahead and begin now tonight. Today is Thursday, May 23rd, regular meeting agenda. I will just share with you guys before we go into roll call, we know that our comments will be limited due to the time frame. It's 7:18. We know that we have time restraints that are placed on our meeting. So with that in mind, we know that board comments held at a maximum of 3 minutes, public comment held at a maximum of 1 minute, and I will be calling time. Okay? All right, so thank you so much. Let us go ahead and begin with our roll call. While we wait, you all don't forget to change to the new meeting. So on your computers, make sure that you switch to the regular meeting.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Present.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Here.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Before we proceed into the meeting minutes, if there is no objection, I would like to ask if we could handle our agenda items tonight out of the original order. And so if you guys have a pen, just really quickly, I've kind of numbered the items so that way we'll know exactly what order we are going in. Of course, we know that we have guests that are here to support some of the agenda items that are being brought before us. So if we could consider minutes will be the next, so that'll be number 2. We've already done call to order and roll call. That was number 1. Meeting minutes will be number 2. And then if we can take alphabet F, number 3, as the third on the agenda. And then the consent agenda will be what we take next. That's alphabet G as number 4.
Wait, Ms. Powell. Say that again.
Okay, so let's go back. Alphabet A, that's the first. We've already taken care of that.
Oh, F as number 3. Okay,
Yes.
my bad, my bad.
And B as number 2, F as number 3, G as number 4, H as number 5, C and D as number 6, and then I is number 7, J is number 8. Are there any objections? And I'll remind you what order we're operating in. Okay. Thank you so much. So before we go to alphabet B, I'm going to steal a play out of one of our previous school board members' playbooks. And she would sometimes share a book that she's reading. And you all have just recently started this book. And it is entitled Great on Their Behalf, Why School Boards Fail and How Yours Can Become Effective. And this is by A.J. Krabel. And I'm actually a part of his fellowship on becoming a school board member coach, but the information in the book is what is amazing. And so it's about a $20 read, and at the same time, it's very, very easy reading, but it does give some very interesting points. So if this is something that you're interested in, I wanted to share it once again. Great on Their Behalf, Why School Boards Fail, How Yours Can Become Effective. So I wanted to share. Thank you. Okay, so we're now going to alphabet B, minutes. Meeting minutes, approval of the following school board minutes. Alphabet A, April 25th, 2024, regular board meeting. Alphabet B, May 8th, 2024, Superintendent Search Ad Hoc Meeting. Alphabet C, May 9th, 2024, Special Board Meeting. Alphabet D, May 9th, 2024, Operations Committee Meeting. Alphabet E, May 9th, 2024, Academics, Accountability, Curriculum, Instruction, and Student Services Committee Meeting. Alphabet F, May 9th, 2024, Budget and Finance Committee Meeting. Alphabet G, May 10th, 2024, Superintendent Search Ad Hoc Meeting as published in the Official Journal. Is there a motion?
I move to accept the item as read.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Russ, for using our parliamentary procedures. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Okay, seeing none, returning to comments from the board. Okay, we will now call for the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We will now move to Alphabet F, unfinished business. Item 1, or item F1, professional services contract, Simpson Educational Consulting, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract extension between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Simpson Educational Consulting, LLC, in the amount of $198,000 over 3 years to serve as the project. Okay, is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Ballou. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Okay, seeing none, we'll return to comments from the board. Okay, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item F2, ITEP, Honeywell International Incorporated. Discussion, consideration of an application from Honeywell International Incorporated for an industrial tax exemption. And is there additional wording for F2? It just says and. Industrial tax exemption and,
It cut off.
It says and related matters.
okay, so in related matters, thank you so much. Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we approve the application.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. It has been seconded by Mr. Gode. Comments from the board? Seeing none, comments from the public. And we have a few. Mr. Combs. And don't forget, limited to 1 minute tonight.
Okay. So I had a presentation to go over the ITEP program, but it will not be a minute. So I do want to be sensitive to that. But I can also provide this presentation to the school board as well. And I just would like to thank the school board members from the last Finance and Budget Committee meeting. We were able to get in front of a few of you to further explain the project. So very briefly, great project. It creates 13 jobs, and they plan to add another approximately 7 jobs, so 20 total. $72 million CapEx, so capital investment into Baton Rouge as well, so that's always great. So the school board over a 20-year projection will see approximately $756,000 in net taxes, and $9 million to the entire EBR parish from property taxes as well. Happy to answer any additional questions on the project if needed. Thank you.
Okay, so before you, just stay right there, Mr. Combs, just in case. So back to my board just for a moment. If there is no objection, may he submit that presentation so that we can have it on board docs, or do we prefer to hear the presentation tonight? Okay.
Is it the same presentation that you did for us individually?
No, but it does cover a lot of that same information.
No, you could just present it. I mean, we had a long, healthy discussion, so.
So just if you could submit it.
Okay.
And okay. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Gallagher.
Good afternoon, Madam President and board members. My name is Blanche Gallagher, and I am here tonight to represent Industry Makes. We are a nonprofit whose mission is to support industrial expansion and manufacturing growth in Louisiana. And being courteous of your time tonight and that we've just had a long night, I just wanted to let you know that we're here in support of the project, and we thank you all in advance for supporting Honeywell's application. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clayton. Okay, Mr. Brent Clayton.
I apologize. I thought I checked the box that I wasn't speaking, but here I am. So I'm Brant Clayton. I'm the operations manager for Pala Interstate. We're an industrial contractor.
My apologies. I didn't read that part, but okay.
Nope, that's okay. So we are an industrial contractor, and we work in Honeywell as well as many other industrial sites, and we are here to offer our support for Honeywell in this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Knowing that reading is fundamental, Mr. Charles Weaver also does not wish to speak, but he does have here that he is in support of the recommendation. Okay. And next we have Ms. Phyllis Sims, who does wish to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. Phyllis Sims at the law firm of Keene Miller, representing Honeywell. I manage all of their documentation filing for the ITEP. I have no particular comment. I am just here to provide information if requested, to answer any questions about the ITEP filing, if there are any questions.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Ms. Sims. You all, when I got a chance to speak with her before, she gave quite a bit of insightful information just about ITEPs in general. And so I invited her for a future date to be able to share and give an informational presentation about ITEPs and the ITEP process. So thank you.
Happy to do so.
Thank you.
And thank you all for those that were able to join us. We really appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Matthews.
You guys had some really great comments on pay, stipends, and raises. I don't know if we can afford them, as I'm not done combing through my new binder for this year. But it was clear that you guys want as much money as possible to pay for drivers, paras, educators. So guess what? You can show us that by saying no to an ITEP. They will still come. They will still get their ITEP from the city, which is where you should get it. Louisiana is the only state in this country that steals money from children and teachers and gives it to them from the school system. This money belongs in teachers' salaries and all educators, bus drivers and paras salaries, and to the children of EBR. The ITEP should only be filed with the city of Baton Rouge, where they will absolutely get it. And that's perfectly fine, not with the school system.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we will now return to board comment. Again, board members, we have 3 minutes. We have 3 minutes to comment. Mr. Lannis.
Honeywell, the audacity of you to come in this room, doing all of this great work, creating more jobs, bringing more infrastructure to our district, and you expect me not to support. You're crazy. Thank you for everything you're doing. You have my vote.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
I need, just help me clear the air from last time you guys were here. This is not a new project, right? This is an existing project, correct? Come on, Miss Kane Miller. King Miller.
I can speak to it if you would allow me.
Hey.
So
He just asked for her because I said she did real well in our presentation. So that's why he said her.
my name is Rafael Gonzalez. So it is a project that got constructed in 2019 to 2022. It started up in 2022, but we're not in full commercial operation. We are running trials to give to our customer, who then is running their due diligence, and because it is a pharmaceutical grade product. So there is a long study that has to go through, and we will be commercial, if everything goes well, in 2025.
So it's just an extension of what you already had?
No, sir, we did have to go build this equipment.
No, I mean the exemption. It's an ongoing exemption.
Correct.
It's already been approved once.
No, like it's already started.
It's already started? Is
Correct.
that? Okay. Now, the one mistake you made tonight, you came in, and I'm an asthma sufferer, and you didn't bring any of that great asthma medicine.
I can't legally give it to you yet, sir, because it has not been approved medically. But in 2025, I will bring you.
I may not be around in 2025.
I can bring you as many as you like.
Oh, golly. Okay. Thank you.
Coach, you have 1 minute left.
I'll yield my minute to whoever.
Okay, seeing no further board comment at this time, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. We're now moving to alphabet G, consent agenda. Ms. Stewart.
The following items are to be approved as part of the consent agenda and are considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on the regular agenda for a separate vote preceding the last item on the regular agenda. Number 2, grants early childhood consideration of a request for the approval of the following 2024-2025 early childhood grants. A, Cecil J. Picard Early Childhood in the amount of $8,040,780. B, non-public schools early childhood development in the amount of $1,277,820. Strategic alignment student achievement. 3, revised budget consideration of a request for approval of the revised 2023-2024 general fund budget for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. 4, professional services contract, Varsity Tutors for Schools, LLC. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Varsity Tutors for Schools, LLC, in the amount of $210,000 to provide tutoring service to elementary students in literacy. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, real-time early access to literacy. 5, charter surrender, IDEA University Prep, consideration of a request to accept the surrender of a charter by IDEA University Prep. 6, memoranda of understanding, Healthcare Centers in Schools, Inc. consideration of a request for the approval of an MOU between the East Baton Rouge Parish School and Healthcare Centers and Schools Incorporated to provide comprehensive school-based medical and behavioral health care services and provide virtual and mobile health services at mutually agreed upon EBR PSS sites, strategic alignment, operational excellence. 7, 2024-2025 board meeting calendar, consideration of a request for the approval of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board meeting scheduled for the 2024-2025 school year. End of the consent agenda items.
Thank you so much. Okay, are there any items that we desire to pull from the consent agenda? Mr. Lewis.
Item 5, the surrender of the IDA.
Okay, so pulling item 5, Mr.
Yes.
Landis.
I mean, do that. I was going to do the same one Coach did. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, so let us go ahead. We will go ahead and take the motion on the consent agenda with the exception of item 5. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Ms. Stewart and seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board, and this is all items under the consent agenda other than item 5. Seeing no comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Once again, this is the consent agenda with the exception of item 5. Ms. Matthews.
Ms. Matthews, hold on one second. Who was the second, Ms. Powell?
Mr. Russ.
Superintendent Smith, with regards to the revised budget, well done, sir. Job well done. I mean, I would like to see all of the chief positions that CETO created cut back to what they were before, including the original pay. I'm just saying. But aside from that, job well done, sir.
Thank you. Okay, one additional, okay. Thank you. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, and good evening to this esteemed body. Related to a revised budget, I'd like to recommend, request, suggest that you revise your budget to eliminate as much busing across town as possible. Mr. Gode was kind enough to share with me in the last meeting I attended, meeting before last rather, that I spoke at, that this system spends approximately $35 million on just busing. That at this juncture is ridiculous because busing was instituted because of desegregation. There's no more desegregation, so we don't need crosstown busing anymore. We need to consolidate, close some of these schools, return to neighborhood schools. I would like to, as a conscientious citizen and all of the conscientious citizens who are thoroughly disgusted with this situation, I'd like to offer myself to be able to assist Superintendent Smith in restructuring this system to neighborhood schooling, and so that we can save these millions of dollars and put them toward teacher raises and staff raises, and let's get rid of this busing lunacy that never should have transpired anyway.
Thank you, Mrs. Stewart. Seeing no further public comment, we will now return to comments from the board, and this is on the consent agenda with the exception of item 5. Seeing none, we will now entertain a vote on the consent agenda with the exception of item 5.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item G5, charter surrender. IDEA, University Prep, consideration of a request to accept the surrender of a charter by IDEA, University Prep. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Lannis. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board? Mr. Lannis.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be quick. The current school that we're discussing, it sits in my district. What I will say is, I'm going to take a playbook out of yours, Coach, because I think you were very vocal when we did this vote last year. And one thing that I will go on the record in saying is that that's probably one of the votes that I regret, because we put our students inside a very, very complicated space. And not only that, we gave that school a very high task of saying that you have to pass in order for you to get another renewal. We see now, based off the evidence and the projections, that it's going to be impossible. And this is the reason why this school, understanding that they went through a lot of financial constraints and a lot of changes, is the reason why they are downsizing and consolidating. I'm of the belief that they may have to do the same thing next year, because they're not going to be able to reach the limits that we have set for them under their new renewal under our new renewal process. So I'm happy that IDEA made the change, but I think they need to consider doing what's best for kids, and I think that's something that we need to also look forward to and trying to bring kids back. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you, President Powell Lewis. Mr. Lannis, I fully appreciate where you are. I just got to remind ourselves that was coming out of the COVID year, where our own scores had gone down. And I really think that, particularly with this company, we'd have probably ended up in court if we hadn't approved it the way we did. So it was not a desire to have them approved. It was more of a fear of lawsuits that I think got us where we were. Which leads me to my next question for you, Mr. Shamlin. Where do we stand with the extension of the contracts?
Yes.
Or the signing of the contracts?
Yeah, so I believe Council for Ideas in the audience. I received a final version last night, spent a day reviewing for IDEA. Looks good, there's a few minor tweaks, but hopefully we can execute tomorrow. And so they submitted their final form last night, and the terms are acceptable.
That is tremendous news, and I see the attorney out there. Thank you, but this has taken way too long, and I'm not going to try to assign blame or who's that, but we never can take this long again. Between us and the charter school, we need to do something much more timely in getting these. And I'm not throwing aspersions to anybody, but we just need to move this process much quicker, because we should not have been a whole year with no contract. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Goldie, I want to respond to that. It's my intention, I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, before the next cycle, and I've discussed this with council, is to bring you guys a template that you approve. And so the terms will be the terms, so the next applications that come in, everyone understands what those terms are. There's no need to negotiate.
That's great. I've never heard I've never heard a plaintiff or the other side attorney always say there's no need to negotiate. So I hear you, but that's what they do for a living. Okay, but thank you for bringing that for closure. Thank you for bringing that to a closure, and look forward to getting on with life. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
You know, I'm really kind of lost for words with these guys. And if you can't say nothing really nice, then, try not to say nothing at all. But these people, first thing they do is give us our money back, okay? But, they had these kids up there, and they just did nothing with them. And I had some pretty harsh words last meeting about kids in underperforming schools, and I don't want to go there again, but I agree with Mr. Gode. These guys, I understand the lawsuit part, Mr. Gode, and if that's one vote that I wish I could take back too, Mr. Lannis, didn't really understand a whole lot about really what we were doing, but it's just a shame. Now we got to look at these kids have been displaced. Hopefully they'll come back to our schools, even though this was a type 1. Technically, it was our school. But hopefully they'll come back to our schools, and they can be our children, and we can do the things we have to do to educate them. You know, it's just a shame that they had to sit up there and go through what they've gone through for a whole year. It's just not fair. It's just not fair.
Coach, it's the second time. You got a minute left.
No, I yield my minute to someone else. I'll take it.
Okay, Ms. Stewart.
My question is for Attorney Shamlin. There were some requests of things that I made prior to in regards to the application, the contract with IDEA. I wanted to know, were those things incorporated, and will we get an opportunity before it's signed, to kind of review that, or just? Okay.
Sure, I can certainly share that with the board.
Can you share what I'm talking about so they'll know as far as some of the things that I requested?
Well, and I'm working from memory.
Okay.
I had notes, but I know one of the primary requests of the board in general, not just you, but in general, was that this particular school come back and make an annual report to the board in a public meeting as to their performance, strategies, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
That's written into the contract.
Okay.
That was the big piece.
Okay.
There was a secondary request that we could not honor because of legalities.
Okay.
I think the board was inquiring about renewing the school annually. The problem with that is state law requires that we provide a charter with a 3-year charter. You can't do less than 3 years. So you can't contract around what state law minimally requires.
Mm-hmm.
And so that provision we couldn't work in.
Okay.
We talked about it, but it wasn't possible, and I checked in with special counsel as well.
That wasn't one of the ones I was on.
Well, those were the two big ones, but go ahead.
The one that I was referring about, putting the children out and monies being returned,
Mm-hmm.
and about not filling the seats. Remember about vacant seats and whether or not if they can refill those seats.
Yeah, so there are provisions in all of the contracts around what happens when students leave the school. I'll talk to you about that. I want to share the contract with you to be sure that those terms are
Right.
accurate
Right.
as to what you want. But every one of these standard contracts has provisions around addressing that problem.
Okay.
As far as the return of monies, a lot of the issue for us as a district is that we receive an allocation twice per year.
Right.
October 1, and I believe it's February 1.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's tough to draft provisions when those allocations come at certain times. But we did talk about that, so I'll share the provisions with you.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I've entered into the queue as well. My question, and it may be for you, Mr. Smith, I'm not sure, is about what is the plan, or have we solidified the plan for receiving the students back into our district?
Actually, this Monday, we had a parent meeting at the school where we had multiple departments out there to meet with parents to see if they would consider staying with direct run EBR schools. The plan is we have those kids in our J campuses, and as they choose to show up to any of our schools, we can easily enroll them into our schools and provide transportation if needed.
Did you all have a pretty good turnout from parents or what have you? I'm just curious.
No, ma'am. And actually, from what I understand, we had staff when IDEA had a parent meeting that was very low turnout as well.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no, okay, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I just want to express to the Superintendent Smith the appreciation for the proactive efforts to inform those parents of what their options are. I would encourage us to continue to do what we, I mean, these are kids that are public school kids, right? They're our kids, as Coach puts it, and we need to not just, rely on the parents going, oh, I get, whatever. We need to be proactive to say, hey, we have options for you, right? We pay a lot of money for billboards and stuff like that. Here we got a specific audience of kids that we know need a new school. Mm-hmm. And I want us to exhaust every effort to make sure that they find a home. Whether that's in one of our traditional direct run schools, whether it's in another charter school, whatever works for that family. But I think certainly I think we should push to show the merits of many of our high quality school options.
Great point, and that was one of the initial conversations that I had with IDA Superintendent Contrail, is that we would work in concert with one another to make certain that kids were enrolled properly for the start of the school year.
Thank you. Okay, Coach, have you spoken on this item already? You want your minute? Look, she said no.
No, I meant
Okay.
after the.
After public, what about for you, Mr. Lannis? Okay, all right, thank you. So we do have one public comment, and this comes from Ms. Fairley Jackson.
Thank you, Fairley Jackson, Coach Lewis's district. Hey, everybody. So my comment might surprise some of you that know me, but I want to make an overall point that charters, especially Type 1 charters, they're a part of our district. And their students are our students, and their families are our families, but we're not treating these schools as our schools. So when our schools are failing, we rally and we try to save them. We have discussions and we try to desperately work with them. This is unacceptable that our district didn't see this coming, that no one felt that it was imperative to have a contract or to have better communication or provide guidance and oversight, that these students and families didn't deserve our attention before now. It's no secret to you all how I feel about charter schools. We're oversaturated, but they're here and they're not going anywhere. And Type 1s are the only ones that are semi-democratically run, and they're not going anywhere. So the board, administrators, and advocates, despite our personal
Ms.
opinions,
Jackson, I do apologize, that's time, so complete your statement.
let's think of the students and families as we move forward and work with these schools. We got to put all of our differences aside. Go to their board meetings, put their meetings on board docs, not as police, but as supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we will now turn back to comments from the board. Mr. Lewis.
Okay. Type 1 charter schools, they're our schools, but they are independent contractors, independent providers, whatever you want to call them. I do know that EBR people from experience will go in once or twice a year, but they run their own schools. They operate under a contract. And from what I understand about contracts, if you don't meet the terms of your contract, you get fired. They knew they weren't going to meet the needs of the contract. We did not, it was not within our ability or framework or responsibility to go in and help IDA educate their kids. That's not our job. Their job was to educate them. We went in, did our monitoring, but it's not our job, Ms. Jackson, to educate the kids at IDA. You can have for 10 years, I worked at one of the highest performing Type 1 charter schools in this country. In this city, and EBR never came in to help us when we were an F. They didn't come in and help us when we became a B. Because we were an independent school, independent providers. They're our kids. Now, when they come back, let's make sure that we're putting them in a school where they get the resources, the equitable resources, where they get the teachers, where they get the people that they need to help them become successful. If they didn't get that at IDA, then that's not our fault. But when they do come back, let's don't fail them a second time by putting them in under-resourced buildings with teachers who aren't qualified to service them and meet their needs. But that's not our job to feed IDA, or whatever you call them.
Thank you. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be quick. And I will not try to hammer the situation with the budget again. We talked about that, but I do want to make it very clear. When I talked about the $1,500, we have to ask ourselves what we're asking teachers to walk into. They have to go in and redo or reteach fundamental basic information to students who have not received it over the course of 3 years. $1,500 is simply not enough. I'm not even knocking you, Mr. Smith or Superintendent Smith, because you did a good job even finding the money so that we can get those teachers. The only thing I'm saying is it's just not enough. Now, some people can say you're throwing mustard or tomatoes at the wall, but guess what? Let's throw some more because they need it. You can't expect them to, make a Ferrari with Pinto parts. That one came out of your playbook, Coach. But seriously, you can't expect them to do a job and be great at it when they feel like they're unappreciated and they feel like they're overworked. And I do agree with something that you said, Coach. Don't put them inside an under-resourced school. Don't put them inside of classrooms with teachers who are not experienced enough to deal with those students. Let's put up real incentives to draw in teachers who have the expertise, the experience, that know how to work with those students. We're talking about transient students. Students who bounce from home to home. They do not live with their parents. They live with friends. They live with other family. And this has gone on for far too long. By the way, this is a pre-K through 12 school. Pre-K through 8 school. So you're dealing with our most delicate students at the most vulnerable moments in their lives when they don't have family and they don't have resources. So I agree with you, Coach. And we're going to set them up for success. Let's do that. But we have to be proactive about the way that we do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Yeah, look, we had to, I think we had little choice but to vote the way we did last year. But I think it's seen that our caution and the concerns that then President Landis and others expressed very firmly that they had to shape up or ship out were spot on, and unfortunately they have not shaped up. And so I'm glad that they are voluntarily surrendering the charter rather than subject the kids to that continued failure. But Superintendent Smith, following up on my earlier comment, though, what is the process for these kids, right? So now the school that they were enrolled in is closed, right? And so if the parents do nothing, we will send them a notice that based on where they live and what enrollment zone they're in, assigning them to that school, or what?
Yes, you're correct, along with the available options that we have in some of our specialized programs if they choose to enroll.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question as well, and it's partially a statement. Coach?
Ma'am.
Community schools, community schools, community schools. And I say that because when we think about, just as Mr. Landis has mentioned and others up here tonight, that these students are going to need many different services that are not traditionally offered in a school. Mr. Smith just answered my question when I entered the queue before with saying no parents showed up to find out what needed to happen with their kids. So what does that mean? That means, just as Mr. Landis said, they're transient, and then at the same time, they may not have the resources that they need at home. And so whatever school they end up at, they're going to need additional support. And so I just wanted to make that statement. I wanted to be on the record. I want to make sure that we understand that as we continue to meet students' needs of underperforming schools, whatever the school is, that we're going to have to be prepared to provide additional services for those students. Thank you.
And make sure those services are there for the kids who are already there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. So we will now, seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote. And this is on item 5 of the consent agenda, charter surrender, IDEA university prep.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Now moving to alphabet H, new business. H1, amended policy, BBC and BCB. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following amended school board policy and related matters. BBC committees and BCB school board meetings rules of procedure. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Lewis. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Lannis. Comments from the board at this time? Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Shamler's name's on this, but this was the item that I asked to be brought before the board. Don't really want to beat around the bush with it. This is a 9-member board elected by the citizens of East Baton Rouge Parish, elected to represent and speak on behalf of all issues that come before this board. Now, in the short time that we had standing committees, we have enjoyed moments of transparency and engaged in some very spirited conversations. Conversations around issues and concerns that impact the school district. However, that practice has not yielded any more time-sensitive meetings. At times, it's created confusion in the public, and all 9 elected board members have not been engaged in meaningful dialogue that took place. And whether real or imagined, it gave the appearance of a fractured board, in my opinion. Whether real or imagined, excuse me, it gave the opinion of a fractured board. While I am wishing to return back to the cow. Provisions for the president to still assemble ad hoc committees and/or task forces will still exist if needed or deemed necessary. We're at the halfway point of 2 years. We're at the halfway point of 2 years of serving on this board, with a long way to go and a very short time to get there. The next 30 or so days are going to be crucial for how the next year and a half, 2 years play out. I think it's time that we stop talking and start doing. Functioning as a united 9-member board who at times may have to check your emotions, your political ambitions, your party affiliation, and your need for self-gratification at the door. Come in here and be about the business of doing what's important. And I made a couple notes about what I think is important. Policy that ensures a fair and equitable education for all the students, regardless of their zip code. North Baton Rouge, South Baton Rouge, doesn't matter. Policies, programs, and incentives that will provide compensation and opportunities for all school-based loyal employees of East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Third, to rebuild and restore the trust and the morale of loyal EBR employees. I kind of wanted to write that out. I didn't want to leave anything out. I don't do really well when I read things that I write, but I really took time to try to express in few words as possible what I feel. And I feel if we're a 9-member board, we need to function as a 9-member board at all times. Thank you. How much time I got left?
I just pressed escape since I knew, like you said, that that was your
Golly,
motion.
Carla.
Okay, Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much, President Powell Lewis. I don't like disagreeing with my friend and colleague, Coach Lewis, but I do in this case. Not over the ends that we all are here to strive for. All of those things I agree with 100%, as I believe he knows. I think that everybody on this board has generally, put aside their politics, their egos, and so forth. At the same time, I think everybody on this board has at one point or another been suspicious of whether some of our colleagues have done that or not. That's it's a very unfortunate part of politics, unfortunately. I think we have, begun to build some solid, trusting relationships on this board that will allow us to do better at serving the students that we're here to serve. I believe that the committee structure has been very valuable. I think that the results speak for themselves. We have had far healthier conversations, in my view, in the past 5 months, in the past 3 months, in the context of the committee structure, than we had the entirety of last year. The discussion that we had 2 weeks ago about the chronically underperforming schools that have been rated academically unacceptable for multiple years in a row was us spending real time talking about something that's really important, not whether to award this contract or that contract of this $30,000 here, that $30,000 there. It went to the heart of what we're supposed to be focused on. And I think one of the reasons that it's been successful is that it has broadened the leadership opportunities to the board and has allowed us to rely on folks like Mr. Rust and Mr. Lewis to really focus and pay attention and help drive the conversation, help lead the board to better understand some of the things that we need to understand. And so without the committee structure, then I fear that then it's just the president and the vice president in leadership roles. We don't have a mechanism to provide additional leadership roles for people to say, look, this is the area that I'm going to focus on. I'm going to step up and help the board really focus on this issue, which is very important, because even though transportation, for example, or facilities condition doesn't go to the heart of what we're supposed to do, which is educate these kids, it's nevertheless, as we saw last year with the transportation crisis, a very important area that we really need to pay close attention to. And if all the work of leadership of the board is being done by just 2 people, I think that limits and inhibits our ability to think and do some of the deep thinking that we've done over the past couple of months. So I think it's been a very valuable experience. I also think that we agreed that, going in, maybe this will work, maybe it's not. The board has in the past had standing committees and then has removed them, and I'm sure back before anybody can remember, that's probably cycled back and forth a couple of times. What I would ask my colleagues is to say, look, we had leadership elections in January. We unanimously, if I recall correctly, voted for these for the committee structure.
30 seconds over,
February.
Mr. Martin.
It was not.
30 seconds over, Mr. Martin.
Okay, I'll wrap up. Thank you. And so what I would say is, look, let's finish out the year. Let's continue to gather experiences, see how this works, see if we are getting more time spent on the things that are truly important to us. And then we can revisit this in January. And if the board is feeling that it doesn't work in January, then fine, let's do it. But I don't think 3 weeks, three committee meetings is sufficient. And the final point, I know I'm out of time, the final point is that I don't think it has, in the committee structure, has inhibited anybody, any member of this board from having a voice. Certainly my practice in the budget committee has been to have any board member that wants to ask questions to be able to ask questions, to be able to speak their mind. They don't vote, but they speak their mind. Mr. Gaudet, participated quite lively when we talked about some financial matters at the last Budget Committee meeting, even though he's not on that committee. So I don't think that the committee structure is inherently inhibiting the full participation from every member of this board and all of the decisions that we make. So I would encourage us to not vote for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you. I'm not a proponent for the one side or the other as far as the committee of the whole versus standing committees. I just know that, we've got some new board members that wanted to try a standing committee structure to see if it results in a more engaged and effective board. And I think we're still, we've discussed, we've only been 3 months into it. I think it's far too early to just throw up our hands and go back to the old committee of the whole. So I'm going to vote against this proposed policy change, but not because I don't like the committee of the whole. I just think we should give this more time so we can judge whether it is more effective or not. Thank you.
Thank you. I've entered into the queue. You all still operating from a little half sheet of stuff. I'm not going to talk long, Ms. Stewart. So I just wanted us to just really consider whatever are the pros and cons. I echo Mr. Ballou as well in my statement of saying that it's whatever is the pleasure of my colleagues. And what I mean by that is I thought about a recent conversation that I had with a board member from a different district, and we were reminded that our main roles are managing, or not managing, but approving a budget for a school district, the hiring and firing of a superintendent, and policy creation. I will say that as we engaged in these standing committees, as I've shared with many of my colleagues up here, one of the points that I'm more appreciative of is the fact that we've had so much transparent data, that we've had presentations, that we've had reports that have been fulfilling. But of course, my question still remains, is that enough of a pro? I will say as well that I do not get to vote as president, which might be a con for me. At the same time, I apologize to you all because I should have possibly put together a protocol for our committees, because I noticed that even when we have our ad hoc committees, what we do is we have just simply those board members that are on the ad hoc committee sit on the dais. The rest of the board members take the front row. The protocol for commenting would be that those that are in the committee, they speak. Then board members that are in the audience speak. Then we go to public comment. Then we go to those board members that are in the audience, and then back to the committee. I know that that's a structure that we don't fully see when we have our standing committees. I know that we made the suggestion that we should sit in the audience if we're not serving on a standing committee. There's usually 1 to 2 of us who sits in the audience. I think I'm probably the most consistent, and then from there, I know Mr. Martin, sometimes you sit out there, Coach Lewis, sometimes you sit out there as well. So it leads to a look of being disorganized and possibly even chaotic. So if we decided to vote as a board to keep our standing committees, I would more than likely push for that set of protocols as well. The other, I got a chance to reach out to some public members, some members of the public and the community about this. And one of the statements I heard is that there has been conversation, y'all, I know I'm going over as well, that there has been conversation about standing committees for several years. And so to see this happen was a win for certain members of the community. And then also I heard someone else share with me that how we handle the business is not as important as handling the business. So how we handle it is not as important as we make sure that we handle the business. So with that in mind, I just wanted to share those details as well. Ms. Stewart.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment about the discussion around the standing committees and just encourage the board members to take initiative either way, whether standing committee or the COW, to have conversations, to engage in the conversation. I don't believe the standing committees created a more discussion, rather. I just believe the topics or areas of discussion were there to have that important discussion. And so I personally feel that outside of the discussion, the extent of the time frame with the standing committees, to me, seems a little wasteful. I feel like we waste a lot of time with the standing committees taking breaks in between, pauses. Colleague Paul just indicated about some people sitting out when certain people are on committees and the committees is taking place, but yet when that's over, we have to look for members to come and engage and wait and things like that. And some of those things, does present disorganization. And so I was initially open to trying the standing committees, and I don't think that it's totally outrageous, but I just feel that it's not allowing us to maximize on our time. And if what we see from the standing committees is basically initiating conversation, we as adults of this board can engage and be in more meaningful conversations and questions without having a standing committee. That's just my take on it, and I'm for this. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand with you, Coach. I don't think you need a standing committee leadership position in order to be a leader. We all serve on this board because we were voted on by the people across our communities from our respective districts, and they want us to vote on all things. What I can say is, while I appreciated the standing committees for the time they have been implemented, I think it is by time that we go back to our committee of the wholes, because I want to be able to have the ability to vote on everything that comes across inside of this room. The reason being is because we have a lot of important issues that are going to come up in the coming months, one of which is going to be school consolidations. I want to be able to not only talk about it, I want to vote on it. Why? Because I know that majority of those consolidations are going to happen in my district. Imagine me sitting on the sidelines while we're talking about closing and consolidating schools in my area, and I can't vote on those issues, and the people who voted me and elected me in my position are looking back and saying, why didn't you do enough? I don't even want to put myself in that place or put anyone else in that place, i.e. President Carla Powell-Lewis, because she's going to go through the same thing when we talk about school consolidations. We know where those things are going to take place. It's going to look like districts like ours. And the fact that you can't vote on a lot of those things because you're president, I think it says a lot. It's more important to not just say something, but you have to be able to show it and do so constructively. I think that we were not in a chaotic place. I saw more policies get pushed through last year than we ever had before. I saw more conversations around issues than we ever had before because people were engaged. And that's what this conversation is really about. You don't need a committee or a standing committee to be as engaged as you need to be. And I think right now we're in a time in our community where everybody's paying attention and our board is paying attention. So, Coach, I appreciate this and I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thanks. Just want to show, or I guess comment on the item. I, had a discussion with Coach Lewis about this, and we talked about it a little bit, and I certainly, respect and where he's coming from with it. And like, my position on our committees or COW or whatever it's going to be is let's keep pushing. I think when we set out to try this, we agreed, many of us agreed as a board is that this is going to be a work in progress, and it won't be perfect and it won't be pretty. And that's my main comment, is that change and the work of change and the work that we do on the school board is oftentimes not going to be pretty. It may appear disorganized. It may be imperfect. And we may have to work together as colleagues to think really hard, like Mr. Lannis is voicing about how do we go about making decisions? How do we make the tough decisions, and when and where do those take place? I can't imagine a scenario where we're talking about closing schools and every school board member doesn't get to take a vote on that, right? I also want to point out that there's not a single item that comes through this board that does not have to go through this regular meeting or a special meeting. Every school board member gets to take a vote on every item. Committees are there to act as a screen and a filter and help make sure that good items make it to the regular board meeting. I guess that's my opinion and how I've seen it. But I don't think that they're perfect, and I think we should continue to work on them. I have had the privilege to serve chairing a committee, and I think that it's been very beneficial opening up leadership. Not just in allowing us to focus where we're spending our time and how we want to improve our school system, but also making leadership of our school board more transparent, which is something that I found, after my first year in office to be very important, that our board leadership could do a better job of being more transparent. So just creating a couple of new roles opens up your school board in a way to share responsibilities. And I'm able to take things off of our president and vice president's plate at times because it's a really big job. I think those could be full-time jobs just by themselves. And so, I don't support the item, but I do support our board continuing to work together and figure out how we can better govern our school system. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further board comment, we now turn to comment from the public. Ms. Matthews.
I want you guys to do whatever works best for you. You guys being effective in your roles helps us to do a better job. Coach, I really enjoyed what you had to say about the unity, because you guys being united is going to help us to work with the children, to raise the children up, to raise the teachers up, to bring the morale back. So I really like that message of unity. So I need y'all to do whatever is going to work best for you all as a complete board. That's the biggest thing. However, I have one message and one question. The message is, when the teachers come to this mic and we say, we don't like Rethink Ed, My Perspectives, ANET, Achieve, and Dreambox, they do not work. We're going to keep that same energy. I do not want to hear, let's wait, let's give it more time. We need this, we need that. We're going to cancel it when we say it hadn't worked for the last year, the last 2 years. And my question is, Board Member Landis, you ran your campaign on having standing committees. What changed? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Matthews. Seeing no further, okay, thank you. All right, public comment, Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Goda, you checked me last time I spoke at this podium related to being, quote, germane. I think that all issues are germane, particularly when it comes to educating the citizens of the city of which I was born, that I decided to stay in and did not participate in the proverbial Louisiana brain drain. Now, to get to the point, there are many citizens that I know that refuse to come to this meeting because they are completely, absolutely disgusted with many decisions that this board has made in the past. I'm not going to blame it on you. I'm just saying in general, okay? I don't know Mr. Smith that well. I like him. We're always very cordial to one another. I think that this system needs to appoint him to the superintendency immediately. I think it is foolish. Many people think that it is extremely foolish.
Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
But you are not germane to the topic.
I am germane to the topic, ma'am. I mean, we're talking about policy now. All of this stuff is policy.
We are referring to policy, but right now we're specifically discussing whether or not we should have standing committees or committee of the whole. We are not discussing the superintendent selection process
we need to
at
have
this time.
the committee of the whole needs to be able to appoint Mr. Smith superintendency before this night is over.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stewart.
Committee of the whole.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. All right. Seeing no further public comment at this time, we will now return to comments from the board. I have entered into the queue. I had one more little comment. Ms. Stewart, I'm going to keep picking at you because I know you'll be ready to go. It would look right here on my little page here. I forgot to say this. So in regards to leadership changes, whether we decide to stay with the standing committees or committee of the whole, of course, that decision will be determined in our vote tonight. But I did want to let my colleagues know, number one, thank you so much for all the ways that you do assist, whether you are assisting as a chairperson, as a co-chair, or leading any other efforts as well. And I will still be calling on you one way or the other. For instance, I will need folks to lead in task force conversations. The task forces will be announced really soon. I know that our Dr. Silas has gone on to greener pastures. So of course that means that I am working with Mr. Shamlin and Ms. Armin, and I know that Ms. Sule has volunteered as well to get those letters and things out to our task force members. But I will be needing some board members to champion some of that work as well. So I'm letting you know I'll be calling on you. And the same thing for all the other things that we do. All the other things, including our community committees and boards. You all know that we have the same ones that we've had for a while, but at the same time, I have recently added or gotten a connection with BRAIN, the Baton Rouge Area Youth Network. We have a steering committee seat there. And then also I'm still working to get a public library seat for our board as well. So just to let you know, I will be calling on you to do something, no matter what we decide. So I just thought I would take time to make that plug. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I wanted to emphasize one of the points that Mr. Russ made, which is that there's nothing about the standing committees that denies anybody a vote. Every item has to be passed by the full board, and that's not going to change. It's not intended to change by any of this. Further, I would point out that on major issues, Mr. Lannis, such as school consolidation, right? That's a really major issue, and that may not be a fit subject for one of the standing committees. That may be an issue that crosses the kind of policy concentration areas of all the committees, right? It impacts budget, it impacts academics, it impacts facilities and operations. And so it may very well be that for particular items of major significance like consolidation, that we would in fact have a committee of the whole in order to consider that issue so that everybody can sit there and vote at every stage of the process. You know, I think thus far, I think it's been very healthy, and we have not, like last year, we had so many times where we would have a committee of the whole where everybody had a voice and everybody had a vote, and then we'd come back 2 weeks later and we'd have the same debate all over again. And you know, why? We were all there. We already had the voice, we already had the vote, but everybody wanted to talk again. I think the committee structure has helped with that. I think we've had, as I said, we've had extremely productive conversations the past 3 months, and I would just encourage us to give it till the end of the year, and then let's come back and talk about it then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to address the comment that was made when it said I ran on standing committees. Yes, I did. I also voted on them. I voted yes. What I said again tonight is my retraction is there are high priority decisions and policies that are going to come up in the coming months that are taking place directly in my district, and I want to be able to voice the concerns of the people who I represent to the fullest extent. And to your point, Mr. Vice President, I hear everything you're saying. There's just one word that I disagree with, and that's that word may. May mean may not, or it may mean that it may happen. I don't want to sit around and wait around to see whether my may come across or where may actually happen. I just think that it puts us in a better place. And as I said before, I agree on everything that Coach said. If anything, it brings across more unity. It doesn't take anything away from us. I think it puts us in a much better place. I think it's more suitable for what the concerns and the needs of what we're going to be addressing in the coming months. And I'll just leave it at that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Last time I'm going to speak tonight, I promise you. Ms. Powell. All right, promise you. Last year, we were all green as grass up here, with the exception of Darius, Mr. Goday, and Mr. Ballou. We were still trying to feel our way around.
And now it's just Ms. Sule.
And now it's Ms. Sule. She's green as grass. That's just old coaching term, Ms. Sule, okay? Okay, but we were trying to feel our way around. We already admitted to a mistake of voting for IDA. That if we could have taken that vote back, we would have. If anything, the standing committees have shown us a true need for transparency. Just how important transparency is. We've learned. And I am a true believer that you don't need a title to be a leader. The best leaders, and I've been around some pretty good leaders in my lifetime. Bart Starr, Forrest Gregg, Chester Norris, Mac Brown. Seriously, I mean, no, seriously, I mean, yeah, call it sure.
Send in the YouTube video to attend.
No, all I'm saying is that the best leaders that I've ever been around were people who led from behind. They led from behind. They gave people voices. They allowed people to be who they are. They let people find their own gifts and their own talents that we've all been given, and made it possible for those people to use those gifts and use those talents. The possibility, I got 1 minute, Carl, the possibility for ad hoc committees and or task forces still exist. It still exists in what we're asking to do. I just think that we've learned that it's going to take 9 united board members who are willing to, like I said earlier, check your egos, your emotions, and all those other things that I've been guilty of bringing in here just like everybody else. Check them at the door. And let's get about the business of providing fair and equitable educations, providing compensation for all our school-based employees, increasing the morale of the loyal people who work for East Parish Parish Schools. I guarantee you guys, if you got to go somewhere in the morning, you don't have to leave home early because there's no traffic, because school is out. If you want to know the impact that the schools have in this city, try to go somewhere when school's going on. You better leave home 30 minutes early to get there. The impact that we have in this community is humongous. It's huge.
Coach, you taking your minute back?
I got 25 seconds. Oh, I'm over 25 seconds. Oh, I'm sorry. The impact that this school system has in this city is unmeasurable. And we've got to provide for those people. We've got to make what they do important. And I didn't mean to go off on left field, but that's what we got to do. Lead from behind.
Thank you. All right, so yeah, you're just taking your minute back, that's all.
Okay, that's all I'll do.
All right. Okay, seeing no further comment from the board, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote.
Correct.
The motion carries.
Thank you. We will now proceed to item H2, student expulsions. And so let's take a look at the first, student expulsion, discussion or consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had the opportunity to review this case for item H2?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a motion to hear the matter at our next regular meeting? Seeing none, we will move on to item 3. Do I have to say that it fails or no? Okay, just keep moving. All right. So item 3, student expulsion, discussion or consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had the opportunity to review the case?
I have a question.
Yes.
I did put in right to speak.
Oh Lord.
Request, not right.
I mean, request. The right request.
Miss Sule.
Request the right. Thank you. I just had a question. Some of them have like notes from teachers and some of them don't. Is that not required?
Without going into specifics about each file, the file itself represents what the hearings officer compiled, which is a complete record of the expulsion. For your review, that's required by policy. So to answer your question, may not be required in every one of these expulsions.
Yeah, like I see there's like a checklist.
Correct.
But none of them are checked for everyone.
Yeah,
So I
it's
guess
not-
different things have
It will
different.
differ from file to file, and so it may not be included in each file. It's not required.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we are on item H3. And so, board members, have you had the opportunity to review the case? Okay. Do I have a motion to hear the matter at our next regular meeting? Okay, seeing none, moving to item H4, student expulsion, discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had the opportunity to review the case? Okay. Do I have a motion to hear the matter at our next regular meeting? Okay. Moving on to H5, student expulsion, discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had the opportunity to review the case for H5? Okay. Do I have a motion to hear the matter at our next regular meeting? Okay. Item H6, student expulsion, discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had the opportunity to review the case for H6? Do I have a motion to hear the matter at our next regular meeting? Okay, moving on to H7, student expulsion, discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had the opportunity to review the case for H7? Am I on the right one? A7? Okay. Do I have a motion to hear the matter at our next regular meeting? Okay, moving on to H8, student expulsion, discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had the opportunity to review the case for H8? Okay, do I have a motion to hear the matter at our next regular meeting? Okay, H9, student expulsion, discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had the opportunity to review the case H9? Do I have a motion to hear the matter at our next regular meeting? Okay. H10, student expulsion, discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had the opportunity to review the case for H10? Okay. Do I have a motion to hear the matter at our next regular meeting? Okay. All right. Item H11, student expulsion, discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had the opportunity to review the case for H11? Do I have a motion to hear the matter at our next regular meeting?
I move to hear that matter at our next regular meeting.
Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Martin that we hear H11 at our next regular meeting. It has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the, are there any comments? No, okay. So we have a motion and a second. The matter will be scheduled for the regular meeting of the board in June. Okay. All right, so we're now down to H12, appeal hearing student expulsion. Appeal hearing for student expulsion. Mr. Shamlin.
For the next three matters, the superintendent has resolved these issues with a lesser disciplinary action for the students involved, and the parents have accepted and released their right to an appeal. So we will still need to read the matters into the record, but no motion or second needs to be taken and no vote for either of these items.
Okay, thank you. All right, so again, H12, appeal hearing, student expulsion, appeal hearing of a student expulsion. And there is a possibility, do I need to read that part as well? Okay. All right, the next would be H12, appeal hearing, student expulsion, appeal hearing for a student expulsion. Item H14, appeal hearing, student expulsion, appeal hearing for a student expulsion. Okay? So, okay. Okay, so, Mr. Lannis, and then I will call for your public comment. Do you have a card, though, a public comment card?
No, we were not informed we needed one.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Lannis and then Mr. Shamlin, if you can provide any guidance.
We need to clarify which item she's speaking to. So we'll need to clarify which item, because I think you read all three of them into the record.
Okay, so if that's the case, make sure you list which item you're speaking to, ma'am, on your card. Okay, so Mr. Lannis.
I'm going to yield my time due to the time and the clock right there. I can speak after the families because I know it's more important that they say what they need to say, if you don't mind.
Okay. Thank you. And do we need to have any conversation about our time at this point, you all? No? Okay.
Yeah, so just for the record, there's no motion on any of these matters to hear them. So before we can take a comment on the matter, we might need to entertain a motion.
Okay. All right. So if we can find out exactly which item, ma'am, you are speaking to? Okay, so H2. Okay. All right. Are you guys together or two different? Okay, two different, okay. All right, so do you have a comment card as well, sir? Okay.
Point of order. Mr. Shamlin, can you sort this out, and maybe we just
Please.
need to have, instead of making motions, we could just have a suspension of the rules and give them 3 minutes each to make their speech, because we've already passed the items.
Yeah, I want to be sure that they're speaking on one of these suspension appeals, and so we need to clarify that before.
Because just the other one, there's no speaking.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Okay, so I know that one of the families listed that they were speaking on item H2, so that's not one of the appeals. So what do we need to do in that case?
Neither one of them are.
Okay. Okay. So do we need to have a motion to suspend the rules, or just simply, if there are no objections, may we suspend the rules?
Yeah, you need a motion to suspend the rules.
Okay, all right.
I move that we suspend the rules to allow public comment
Okay, thank you.
to 3 minutes.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Lannis and seconded by Mr. Martin that we suspend our rules to hear public comments in regards to the two, for 3 minutes, from each entity in regards to the two items that we are addressing at this time. Okay?
It gets floor.
Okay. So this is in regards to H2, student expulsion, discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Okay.
This is my son, Asen Lavas. I really don't know what was going on. His mother texted me this morning and said he had a hearing. So we've been here since 5 o'clock, and we've been out there, so everything, we just heard H2, and they told us we was going home. So we really don't know what's going on.
So Mr. Smith or Mr. Shamlin, if you can assist?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a suggestion to the board. We may need to temporarily pause the meeting so that we can talk with the parents to understand which items they're here for.
Okay.
To determine which item they'll be speaking to if needed. And so I'm going to suggest to the chair that we suspend the meeting temporarily. The additional concern we have is it's 8:47, so we may need to take a vote before suspending the meeting to extend the meeting to 9:30.
Can I make an alternative suggestion? We have two parents that seem to be here to speak on these initial requests, right? Not the actual appeals, but the ones that we decide that nobody made a motion to hear a moment ago.
Yeah.
Simply because we've had two parents show up here, I'd be willing to make a motion to hear that appeal so that we can then, they don't have to try to make their case to us today. And without saying whether we're going to grant the appeal, I don't want to give you hope that means that we're going to reverse whatever decision's been made, but that would allow us to come back in a month and hear this more fully.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we have. So since he's up here right now.
Mm-hmm. So this is for H2.
H2. And so, Mr. Livas, yes. So I would then, since we've suspended the rules, I would make a motion that we hear the appeal of item H2.
Okay, is there a second for item H2?
Mr. Russ.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Russ. So we have a motion and a second, so the matter will be scheduled for the regular meeting of the board in June. And what is that date?
June 20th.
Regular meeting of the board, June.
So, Mr. Livas, what that means is that we have agreed now to hear you and your son's appeal a month from now, right? So you'll have time you can consult with Mr. Shamlin or whatever to understand better that process.
Can we offer a friendly? Can we include the other families?
I was going to do them as a second motion. Yeah, no, doing them as a second motion because I don't know which item they are. Thank you very much, Mr. Livas.
Thank y'all.
Ms. Arman, what was that? Mr. Russ.
Right, and now have we ascertained which item this mother is here to speak on? Okay. Oh, okay, please.
My name is Elizabeth Bentley Smith. I was informed by a member, two people from your personnel.
Excuse me, ma'am, before you go into the details, if you could just tell us which item.
I'm going to assume H7.
7, all right, is that correct? Okay.
Okay.
Then I will make a
It should not be public record. That's what I was told.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not.
Right, no, we do these by, no, and.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So I will make a motion because she's shown up tonight to, that we hear item H7 at the next full meeting of the board.
Okay. So it has been moved. We have a motion and a second by Mr. Martin and by Mr. Lannis. So the matter will be scheduled for the regular meeting of the board in June, so June 20th. Okay, not from the floor.
It's taking 3
Not from the floor, sir. Ma'am, please speak into the mic as well.
We were told that we would have 10 minutes to speak tonight. That is what the personnel from this East Baton Rouge school system informed us of. I was called, I was told, I have never received any formal letter from anyone to even attend here or anything regarding any of this.
Oh
we
my.
were simply received a phone call. I received the phone call in April informing me I had 10 minutes to speak tonight on behalf of my child. I came tonight to speak on behalf of my child, and apparently I was ill-informed. And when I asked for clarification, I was told that I would receive a phone call back. I did not get one. I did not receive any other message until this morning with confirmation. And again, I said, will I have time to speak? And they said yes. And I said, what else is the process? And they said they did not know. They would call me back.
Ma'am.
They never did.
Tell me your name so I can stop just saying ma'am. Miss.
I'm Elizabeth Bentley Smith.
Okay, Miss Smith.
No, I'm Bentley Smith.
Bentley Smith. Okay, so Mrs. Bentley Smith, I appreciate you coming tonight. Thank you so much for speaking on behalf of your child.
I'm not just speaking on behalf of my child. I'm speaking on behalf of that child. I'm speaking on behalf of all children.
Thank you so much, Miss Bentley
If I
Smith.
was ill-informed, then there's the potential that other parents were ill-informed about this process as well, and that's a problem.
I agree. Sir, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask that you be seated. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Shamlin, if you will guide us in this process. This parent is here, and I need some clarification.
So we have a motion and a second to hear both of these matters per policy at the next regular meeting of the board in June. What we will do after the meeting is I could meet with the two parents and explain policy and the process to them. I also would like to know who they spoke with to make sure we clarify what information they received, what was said to them. We just need to get to the bottom of what was said to them. But I also want to talk to them about the policy process and what that looks like going forward.
I do request that we be at the beginning of the agenda since we have been here since 5 p.m.
We will see if there's something that we can work out, but Mrs. Bentley Smith, Mr. Livas, in just a moment, you will have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Shamlin, our legal counsel. Thank you so much, and we will make sure that you're taken care of. Thank you. Okay, so we are now at 8:54, and we have taken care of item 5. That is alphabet H. And so our number 6 was in regards to information only, which is alphabet C for information only. If there is no objection, may we simply allow these items to be placed available for publishing instead of. Okay, so monthly financial report for information only. There's no need to come back to the mic. Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Also, I wanted to share as well, we left this off of the agenda, but if there is no objection, we do have the Cognia Community Engagement Response Report. It has been placed in board docs for review. Board members, you received that information via email, public. It is available on board docs. Also, just to remind you as well that the task force announcements will be made. I am making the commitment that they will be made by the close of business on Tuesday, May 28th, for we know that Monday is a holiday. Also, receiving as information the update from our superintendent. Superintendent, would you like to share your report, or is there any way that we can just simply make that public? Thank you, sir. Very quick.
4 minutes, I'll keep you here until 9. I just want to say that I had the opportunity to attend and confirm 11 graduation diplomas. And I want to highlight in the slide that you can see here, we have 4 more graduations for the listening public, if you would go back, listen and view in public. If you cannot attend one of the last 4 graduations, those graduations are live streamed. So, next slide. I want to highlight the very best at the top of our classes, the valedictorian and SAL. But I also want to congratulate all of our graduates, 2024 graduates. The running theme that I've heard from most of the Val and Sal speeches were resiliency and strength. These students were in 5th grade during the flood of 2016, and they were 9th graders during the great pandemic when the world stopped as 9th graders. And so I expect great things from this cohort of students. And I just want to thank the parents and guardians and caregivers for entrusting us for their care for the past 13, 14 years. And so, next slide, I'll keep it quick. We have 20 programs running summer school. As those programs start as early as next week, we're still registering students and we still have opportunities for employment. Next slide. Kaylee Altier, our very own McKinley Elementary teacher and Teacher of the Year for Louisiana. She had opportunity to chair a committee from the state, Let Teachers Teach committee, put together by our state superintendent, Kay Bromley. And just the other day, I think it was May 22nd, they had opportunity to reveal the recommendations from this committee. I think there were about 18 recommendations. You can view those recommendations on the LDOE website. In this slide, just recently last week, we had opportunity to highlight and recognize our Employees of the Year. I don't think we did anything specifically for our SROs. I want to thank you guys for the work and service that you do, but Capital Elementary had opportunity to recognize Lieutenant James Jameson. I want to share with you a short video because he was also recognized by someone who I think you guys may all know. Can we play the video?
Hey, Captain Jameson, this is Shaquille O'Neal. I just want to say, man, thanks for caring about the students, the parents, and the faculty at Capital Middle School. We appreciate your hard work and dedication to the future of the East Baton Rouge students. We love you, brother, and we appreciate you very much. I just wanted to tell you thank you, my guy. All right, bye.
And I want to thank Shaq for recognizing Lieutenant James Emerson. And I would just want to say, have a safe summer for our employees. It'll be a short summer because some of you will be coming right back to work next week.
All right.
And I'll just say, make sure you try to have an experience, you get rested and rejuvenated for the start of next school year. Thank you.
Thank you.
59.
Thank you so much. Okay, so don't forget, we have 3 budget community meetings coming up, May 30th, June 13th, and June 18th. Mr. Lannis. Announcements of meetings.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You want me to read?
Yes, because I closed my.
Okay. So, announcement of meetings. Public hearing, board workshop will be held on June 6, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Committee meetings will be held on June 6, 2024, immediately following the public hearing. Board workshop in the Central Office Boardroom. The public hearing board workshop will be held on June 20th at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Regular meeting will be held on June 20th, 2024, immediately following the public hearing board workshop in the Central Office Boardroom. Mr. Lewis or Mr. Goday?
Move we
Mr.
adjourn.
Lewis? Oh, thank you, Mr. Russ. Okay. Have a good night, everyone.
All right, bye.